slept all night on a big white ship. Seagulls were dancing all around. I woke up with a sunrise on the sea. Such a precious gift to me. The salty breeze and the waves, the slow pace, the salty breeze and the waves. I'm at a right place.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Junior World Championships. Welcome back to Karlskrona. We're here for the middle. It's our final individual day of the week, and today's area is Busevik. My name's Holly. I'm really excited to be bringing you commentary throughout the middle distance race today. It's been an incredibly exciting week so far. So it's about 15 degrees in Busevik. Quite windy, I think. Yeah, about 30 km/h winds already. We've already had quite a few athletes out in the forest.
In the men's category, we are waiting for Ola Leire to the first TV control.
But the majority of our athletes are still in quarantine, preparing to go out on their runs. We've got starts all the way through until 3 p.m. Swedish time today. Our final starter, Niels Elton Jochimsen. We've got a couple of TV controls out there to bring you live photos from the forest. This is TV control number 1, which gives you a bit of an idea of what the terrain looks like. It's fast and runnable today. And here's TV 2, a little bit denser in the forest there. Generally the terrain's quite flat today, and a mix of oak, pine and beech trees. Very high runnability. You can see here just how windy it is in the arena. Apparently up to 50-mile-an-hour winds today, or kilometre-an-hour winds. So our women's course has 16 controls. It's 3.6 kilometres, 45 metres of climb, and our estimated winning time is between 20 and 25 minutes. The time of the current leader is 27 minutes 59 seconds, and that's Anna Strom-Juliusson. So if we have a wee look at the course, as you can see from the map, it's a pretty flat area. And I think today it's basically just compass on the line, as straight as possible. Although I think keeping in contact with the map today is incredibly important, because if you stray from that line, it's really quite vague terrain. Quite difficult to be able to pick yourself back up. Not too much route choice out there today. Execution's probably the most important part. And then as they head into the final section of the map, it gets even more vague, less paths, less contour detail.
If you have the fresh legs, I think you can run away a little bit from the others from control 10 to 13. And then some short ones. Maybe you hear the speaker that you are in the lead and can be...
So a very exciting course.
but you have to be conscious with the compass.
There's a course I would love to run.
If you have the right direction, you will make it good, I think.
So total 3.6k, and we're expecting them to win it in about 20 to 25 minutes.
25 minutes and current leader time 27:59.
And in terms of our men's course, a little bit longer. They've got 4.6 kilometres, 55 metres of climb and 18 controls. Again, an estimated winning time of about 20 to 25 minutes. The course setter for both courses is Magnus Larsson.
55 meters of climb and estimated winning time says 25 and this is 124 after Simmons racing.
Unlike our long course, there's no arena passage, so the athletes won't visit the arena until they finish. So the men's course is pretty similar. A very similar course shape, very similar themes to the women's course. Again, lots of compass, lots of running straight, but also important to keep in contact. I think it's going to be quite fast. I wonder if the forest will begin to track up. That could be beneficial for some of our later starters. There's a slight path route option to number 10 that a few of our early athletes have been taking. I wonder if some of our later starters will run straight. But the path does give a nice option to plan ahead, take a break from the fine navigation. And again, the final part of the course, a lot more vague, a lot less detail on the map, especially when fatigue is setting in. That could be quite tricky. So 2 brilliant courses. I'm expecting a really exciting race today for both our men and our women. So this is our women's start list. The starts are in 2-minute intervals. You can see Jenny Danavad there. Signal Hordegaard starting at 11:15. Tila Olsen also in that block. You can see just how runnable the forest is in these shots. It's gorgeous. And then our men's start list. Edvin Atting off fairly soon, in the next few minutes. Lucas Gasser and Thomas Urbanek off fairly shortly as well. Luca Vergiu off at 10:46. Lots of big names dotted throughout the start lists for both the men's and the women's classes, but a lot of our biggest names starting a bit later in the day. You can see Cooper Hawley there, joint silver medalist from the sprint. And now in the arena. The arena will begin to fill up throughout the day as the athletes finish their courses. Of course, at the moment they are all in quarantine. But it's great that once you finish your course, you get to cheer on your teammates. And here are our leaders' chairs. So our current leader on the men's class is Tommy Seville from Finland. He's already hit our estimated winning time. He ran a time of 24 minutes, 39 seconds. He's currently got a lead of 2 minutes and 2 seconds. But still lots of athletes left to run and lots of big names as well. Matthew Buer especially is going to be looking for his first ever JWOC middle medal. And now we're at the start for Edvin Atting of Sweden.
And the Swede can do it well. I'm not sure what we will show next, but hopefully we can see...
The current standings at the finish for the women, it's Anna Strom Juliusson who leads. Still about 3 minutes off the estimated winning time though. Leonie Mattis had a strong run as well, about 23 seconds down. Sarah Delic, a fantastic performance in the sprint. She was third. She was also the champion in the EYOC W16 long course, but she's about 2 minutes down here today. And for the men, it's Tommy Seville that leads, about 20 seconds faster than the estimated winning time. Although I did read that they're expecting potentially for people to run almost down to 20 minutes today. And now we join some of our athletes in the forest. Muvikoski for Finland. Except now we're with Leah. Up with the time of Seville. But not quite as fast. Yeah, nearly 30 seconds down on the time of Seville. And still not punched. There he goes. 31 seconds down, but that's good enough for second at this point. Philippa Hjörner, sister of Freya Hjörner, into third place at the finish, just behind Leonie Mattis. It's still Anna Strom Juliusson that leads. So of course we have some GPS out there for you today. So this is the current first, second and third in the women's standings. You'd see some mistakes in here for Leonie Mattis, a mistake at 2 and also at 4. So that's where she's lost time here. A mistake for Hjörner just there, which puts Juliusson ahead. Mattis and Hjörner both on the chase now. can see Matt is starting to pull ahead of Hjörne there. But it's not quite enough to catch Juliusson. So I think those mistakes are a big issue for Leonie Mattis there. She'll be frustrated with those, knowing how quick the rest of her course was to catch up to that time of Juliusson. And we're with our running camera here. And our running camera's done well to catch up there. This is one of the Swedish athletes. This is Hanna Josefsson. And she's running well. Bit of hesitation here though, she's now down on the time of Nevikoski. See, the undergrowth's a bit thicker here. The trees are much younger. But this looks like a bigger mistake for Josefsson. And looking at some of the previous GPS, there have been some errors in this section of the map. She's on her way to number 7. But here you can also see the vagueness of the terrain. There's not a lot of contour detail to go by. Benke Samoyal of Hungary. Moving well through the terrain here. Running with an Austrian athlete. Not yet spotted the control. Looks like the Austrian athlete splitting away. And this is costly for Benke Somiel. Looks like he's heading in the right direction now, though. And now he punches. So a bit of a costly mistake there. Thomas Jubenek for Czechia. Jubenek, part of the bronze medal Czechia team in the sprint relay. This is Arlet Sels from Spain. And now we look out for Leah at the finish, at the final control. He's not going to meet the time of Seville. Seville will hold on to the lead, but he's got about a minute and a half to take silver medal position at the finish. So that's looking good for the home athlete, especially with such a strong finish here. So Ola Leo goes into second place at the finish, 49 seconds down on the time of Tommy Seville, who holds on to that lead. But this looks good for Lotta Nivikoski. This will be about a minute's lead on the women's class. Will it be enough to go sub 27? We'll see. 27:02, so not quite under 27 minutes, but still almost a minute's lead for Lotta Nivikoski. So Alice Julianson goes into second place. And now Leonie Mattis sitting in third. Those mistakes really did cost Leonie Mattis. And there's Stepova. She's about 6 minutes down, must have had some mistakes in there. Stepova also part of that bronze medal winning team in the sprint relay for Czechia. But not her day in the forest today. So here's the standings at the finish. And it's now Finland's Lotta Nivikoski that leads. Time to beat now, 27 minutes and 2 seconds. Norway in second and Switzerland in third. It's a good mix of nations in the top 9 at the moment, top 10 I guess. Joint 9th position between Bornhorst, Teigdal and Horst. And now we head back to the start. This is Leonardo Sintz for Brazil. And he heads off into the forest. I'm liking the Brazilian oak kit. And our men's current standings, it's Tommy Seville that leads for Finland. 24 minutes 39 is the time to beat Olalia. About a minute down, 50 seconds down for Sweden. And it's currently Spain's Yam Amat Font, 2 minutes down in third. This is the GPS of Olalia. Wonder if there's any mistakes that cost him that minute. So far, pretty smooth. And he chooses to go straight to number 10. And then into the Vega section at the end, still looking quite clean. Quite a big deviation from the line on the way to 12. And there's a bit of a wobble to 15. Again, another deviation to 16. So no big real mistakes. Just not the cleanest of lines for Olalia.
Line is the fastest way around the courses here today.
This is Yeshang Shou. And now it looks like we're heading
So,
over
Lotta,
to
it seems you
an
have done
interview.
a quite good race, and you told me you were very satisfied. But I will tell us a little bit more. How was it for you, technically and runnability, out in the forest?
It was really fun. I did one little mistake when I was taking control, but it was fun. My legs were pretty well, and yeah.
Yeah. And when you had a mistake, which part of the course do you think was the most critical?
I would say the end. It was pretty tricky and difficult.
Yeah. So you have to manage the the technical part all the way to the very finish of the course. I think it's technically all the way through. So, but you have made a solid race. We had a very early time Wednesday from your teammate in the men's class. It seems to hold for the whole day. What do you think about your own performance today? How far will it bring you?
I would say I could be in top 20, maybe.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
We'll see. It's I think you done it technically very well, and there will be a couple of mistakes from many runners, but we'll see. Congratulations to a good run.
Yeah, thank you.
Great to hear from current leader Nivikoski there. Interesting to hear that she thinks that final section can be quite decisive as it gets a bit more vague and less complex with the contours, which actually adds a lot more of a technical element there, especially when you're fatigued. But we're looking out now for Czechia's Tomanova. Not going to be enough for the lead. Nivikoski still comfortably holding that. And 10 seconds to beat the time of Juliusson. But she's dropping in time now. Bit of hesitation. And we'll join her with the running camera. And there's the punch. Still looking out for her at TV2 though. It's not going to be enough for a top 3 at this point. And now we moved to the TV control. Still a bit hesitant here. I think she spotted the camera but not the control. She doesn't look overly confident on where it is. Ah, there we go. Dropping in, and that puts her in 4th, ahead of Philippa Hjörner. And now we're back with the men. Edvin Atting, not going to be enough for a lead. Will he beat his teammate Lira? Not quite. Should be enough for a top 3 at this point. Oh, depending on this mistake now. Oh, I just not got far enough there. Especially with that being a negative feature, it's not visible as you're running in towards it. You've got to be bang on the money there. And And here is a comparison of Lira and Atting. There's a mistake. Not a big mistake, but still cost him a few seconds. This is Josefsson. We saw her making an error in the open section earlier on, in the rocky section with the young trees. So she's about a minute down at the moment. I think it'll probably be a lot more than that by the time she actually punches. So that's cost her a top 3 spot at this point. We saw Leonie Mattis catch up quite a lot of time in the second part of the course after her early mistakes. We'll see if Josefsson's managed to do the same. Here she punches, just over a minute and a half down. So that's good enough for 4th at the moment. And back to the start again. Jorge Perez Gonzalez. Chen heading into the finish for China.
From China is approaching the finish line. We have 40 nations represented here at the Junior World Championships, and China is one of them. And it will be... Maybe we can have a few words with the Chinese runner. It's fun to hear what their expectations are.
And now we look out for Czechia's Tomanova. Here she is, down to the final control. Looking strong at the finish. We saw her make a small error. Pushing hard all the way through, and this will be enough for a top 5 at the finish. She'll finish just ahead of Freya Hjörne in 4th. Still Finland's Nivykoski leading. Nivykoski sounded like she was really pleased with her run, but I think she knows there's still a bit of time that can come off her time. The planners are expecting a time of 25 minutes. Leonie Mattis still holds on to 3rd, and it's still Anna Strom Juliusson in 2nd. Tomanova now 4th, and Filippa Hjörne down to 5th. Jenny Danevad at the start for Norway. And now back to the arena to look out for Josefsson. Again, we saw her making quite a big error with the running camera. I think the pressure of the running camera wasn't quite helping. Here's our Danish athlete, Fredberg. punching at the final control. He'll be challenging for a top 3 position. But here's our Swede. Outside of the top 3, outside of the top 4, but it should be enough still for a top 5, knocking her teammate Hjörna out of the top 5. Fredberg does go into bronze medal position. About a minute and 40 down on Civil, 1 minute 38 specifically.
Has punched the pre-warning as number 3. Number 3 at the pre-warning for...
You can hear the commentator saying that Edvin Atting is on his way to the finish in a good position. As it stands, it's still Tommy Civil and still 24:39 to beat.
New third position it looks like for Edvin Atting from Sweden and Linköping.
So now we're with Atting at the final control. And yeah, this looks good for a new bronze medal position. So Fredberg not holding on to that top 3 spot for much longer. And Atting coming in for 3rd so far, just behind his teammate Lyra. Fantastic nails. And they're Swedish flags.
Cannot talk about top 6 positions already now, but it's a really strong time, I must say, from the early starter. Lotta Nivikoski is in the lead in the women's race. 27:02. Anna.
So a look at the GPS tracking from Lyra and Atting. You can see there's a mistake from Atting. That was costly. A better route to 16. But just not the same pace as Lyra towards the end. So that route to 15 costing Atting at the end there after a strong race. Still enough for a top 3 at the moment, but look out for Jubenek. Looks like he's potentially lost some time out there as well, whether that's mistakes or just slower running pace. But he's dropping in those positions outside of the top 5. Outside of the podium positions. It looks like he's not quite in the right place for punching this control. Still quite far out. Quite hesitant. Lots of people have been quite hesitant here because I think because it's in a negative feature, you can't just spot it. The terrain around it's all pretty flat. So if you're not 100% certain where that is, I think you're going to lose time there. Gasser for Switzerland. Moving well. Within a minute of the time of Civil. Gas are not quite 100% there either. There we go. There's the punch. That's enough for 7th. Again, hesitation cost him a couple of positions there. That control proving really tricky for a lot of these athletes. I'm back with another interview with Edvin Atting.
Edvin, what can you tell us about your race today? You had a very, very high speed at the finish here. How has it been out there in the race?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun out there in the forest, but I did 3 or 4 30-second mistakes, so the race wasn't perfect. But yeah, as you said, I think the speed was there.
I think the speed is there for you, Edvin. You said something here afterwards that as long as you had control, it was easy. When you did not have control, it was not easy.
Yeah, when I had control over where I was, it was super easy. But as soon as you lose a little bit of control and you don't know exactly where you are, it gets super difficult to relocate yourself.
Yeah, I think that explains this kind of terrain and technical, challenges very, very well. We saw at the GPS that you did an early mistake. I think it was the third control. Was that the most critical part for you, or have you been more solid after that?
I think the end was the most crucial part, because that was the most difficult. Super flat and 0 details, and that's where I did 3 of my mistakes.
Yeah, it's very, very technical and very, very, difficult orienteering, I would say, towards the end of the course. We'll see how. I think the one who handled that part best today will have a very good position in the final results. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Thank you, Edvin. I think you've done a solid race today. We'll wait now for a couple of hours to see how far it takes you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
So great to hear there from Edvin Atting. He's currently 3rd, about 1 minute and 13 down on the lead of Tommy Seville. He was saying there that he made quite a few mistakes. He was saying 3 at the end, so I wonder if he thinks that cost him potentially the lead. But again, just one athlete so far has run under the estimated winning time of 25 minutes. Tommy Seville, who I think was one of the first 5 or so starters, which is quite impressive. So we'll see how long that lasts for. And now we're back to the start. Signe Hordegaard about to head out. She was a top 20 last year in the middle, 7th in the long this year. She'll be looking for a top 6 today, I think. Definitely got the capability. It's always difficult coming 7th when you're so close to a podium spot, but just the first one to miss out. I'm back with the running camera. In an open section of the forest. Really runnable here. Jenny Denevad's running well here. Certainly looks confident and in control. She's going to be looking to beat the time of her teammate Juliusson. And there's the punch at TV1. 45 seconds down on Nivikowski, but ahead of her teammate Juliusson. Definitely in contention here. look at her GPS alongside Mattis and Juliusson. There you can see the early mistakes from Mattis. Danivad just off the line there. A similar mistake to Mattis, just not quite as costly. And here's when Danivad starts to pull ahead. That control number 7 proving tricky for lots of athletes. Gulbrandsen for Norway. Also punching at TV1. And that's good enough for a top 3 spot. Ahead of the Dane Fredberg. And also our Brazilian athlete. And now we're back to the arena. I wonder who we're waiting for. Thomas Jubenek for Czechia. Yeah, that mistake really quite costly for him. He's not in the top 6. Might not be a top 8 either. There's the final control punch. Just got to get to the finish. And it should be good enough for a top 10. Ahead of his teammate Cossack.
Here comes Tomasz Urbanek towards a 10th position so far for the good Czech runner. Punching the last there, just under 28 minutes for Tomasz Urbanek.
So Jubenek not able to add a second medal to his sprint relay medal just yet. Here's Leo Gasser. And he's outside of the top 3 positions, outside of the top 4 as well, most likely. Should be enough for a top 5 though, ahead of the Spaniards.
From Swiss Orienteering as number 5 so far, 26, 20 something, 26, 29. Would be interesting to hear some words from the Swiss runner as well. It's not typical Swiss orienteering here. So a solid performance from Lucas Gassner, number 5 so far. After the first 2 controls.
So Lucas Gasser into 5th, 1 minute 50 down on the leading time of Tommy Civil.
Gulbrandsen from Norway to the second TV control.
And here's how the top 10's now looking. Thomas Jubenek now in that 10th place. Lucas Gasser slotting into 5th.
And here you can see the leaderboard at the moment. Top 10 men. Tommy Civil came as starting point 5, having
August Jakobsen for Estonia at the start now. Again, you can see with the tapes just how windy it is out there.
good orienteering that has started very well, it looks like. That's good for Sweden, because we are hungry for medals. But let's head over to Switzerland and Lucas Gasser, 26:29 was his time. Two Finns in the leading share so far, but listen a little bit to the Swiss orienteer Lucas Gasser.
And here's Lucas Gasser. Top 5 at the moment.
Told me just a minute ago that it was fun. Tell us a little bit more about your race.
Yeah, it was a really fun course and really nice terrain. And the start was really good. I did a really safe start, so I had many features where I could follow, and it was really good. And then I got a little bit stressed because I thought, oh, I'm maybe a little bit too slow for a good race. So I pushed even more, and then near to the controls, it was not too good in the end. I missed like 4 times, maybe half a minute or something, but yeah, not too bad.
Okay, to speed up is not always good when it becomes critical in the end of the course today. How did you manage that part of the course, like the last 5 or 6 controls? Because the runners I've interviewed before said that was a very, very critical and difficult part of the race. How did you perform during these last few critical controls?
Yeah, I knew with the preparations that the end will be really tough. So I knew I have to go slow, but yeah, I was really tired already. So yeah, it was really, really hard to find the controls. And one time I was like 3 meters away and I couldn't see the control. So yeah, not perfect, but I knew I have to go a little bit slow, and I could manage to do not the 2 big mistakes.
Okay, it seems to be a good, technical learning for you. So you learned throughout the race.
Yes.
So hopefully for tomorrow you will do the perfect race.
Thank you, yeah.
Congratulations for a good race today.
Great to hear from Gasser. And now we head back to the start for Milalu of China. And it looks like we've had a speedy start here from Signe Hordegaard as we wait for her at TV1. She'll be fighting for a podium spot today after coming 7th in the long race just a couple of days ago. No sign of her just yet. Her GPS has been pretty good. There's still no sign. Here she comes. And we'll run with her to TV1. Through the open section of terrain. Quite rocky underfoot, but that makes it fast. So it looks like, according to her GPS, you had a little wobble punching number 6. We're back on track for number 7. We've seen a few people making some errors on number 7. It's quite a cluttered control circle. So it's not enough for the lead. But Novikowski has such a big gap there. There's still potential for second at TV1. And we should pick her up with TV1. Here she comes. And it will be enough for second at this point. 30 seconds down on Novikowski. And you'll be able to see her wobble on number 6 just here. So you can see she's ahead of Danavad quite comfortably. And here she just misses it. Too far to the north and has to correct it. And Danavad now catching up on that time, except Hodegaard nailing number 7 there. Back with the running camera now. This is Fagervold. And here's Danovad. This is looking strong. We'll see if she can nail TV2. We know that people have been having a few problems with that. As Fagervold goes through in third at TV1. Norwegian's running well today. And Danovad's got 50 or so seconds to punch to take potentially a new lead here at TV2. Here she comes. Will she drop straight into the depression? Looking around. Still running with a bit of confidence here. And she's absolutely nailed that. And it's a 20-second lead for Jenny Danovad. The first to go faster than Nivikoski. Can she hold that to the finish? We'll have to see. It's looking good for the Norwegian athlete so far. Despite an early mistake as well. Here you can see her in comparison to Juliussen and Mattis. You can see lots of little errors in there for Leonie Mattis, and Danovad just pulling away from Juliussen. Really strong in her navigation there. And now the final few controls in the most tough part. You heard Gasser saying about how that final part of the course could be important to decide who comes out with these top results. Because if you stray from the line there, or if you don't manage to stick to your plan, it's going to be pretty hard to pull it back. We've seen lots of little time losses in that final section. This is Maja Volkova for Slovakia. The arena's starting to fill up, both with athletes who have finished and of course their families and supporters. Another of our French, oh no, this is a USA top. This is Ludwig Hagwell. And Mira Verde here from Switzerland. The Swiss team always incredibly strong. And here is GPS routes from Hordegaard and Danevad. Hordegaard not running exactly in the right direction there. Bounced off the wall. And then accurately punches, just wrong direction there for Hordegaard. Oh, and she's missed 10 as well. That will have thrown her off. But now we're at the finish for what could be a new lead here for Jenny Danevad. It's going to have to be a quick run in, and it's going to be close. But she's cheered on by the crowd. Will this be a new lead for Jenny Danevad, or will Niewikowski hold on to it? Oh, it's not going to be first. Jenny Danevad finishes in silver medal position. That was tight, just 3 seconds down in the end. I wonder if there was a late mistake in there that cost her that 20-second lead. She looks disappointed. She knows that would have been tight. And she knows that could have potentially been a lead there. I'd be interested to see some GPS tracking. So here's the comparison. Danevad, Juliussen and Mattis. I think we had a GPS for Lotta Niewikowski, which is why she's not coming up. Only a few of the athletes do have GPS trackers. So this is Danevad and Juliussen. Danevad eventually finished ahead of Juliussen, but this looks quite clean from Danevad. So it must have just been a lack of pace in comparison to Niewikowski at the end there. Maybe taking it a bit too easy through those Vega difficult sections. Stanislaw Chapela for Poland. And now we're looking out for Tilla Olsson of Sweden. No sign of her just yet. We're with the running cam here, so this isn't actually TV1. This is, I think, the women's number 6, and then the run cam runs with them to TV1, which is number 7. Here is Olsson. And she enters the open section. This is looking good for the Swede. Could be close to the time of Niewikowski. I think she's faster than Hordegaard at this point. We'll obviously have to see when she punches. But switching running cams. Gold inside the top 3 for now. We'll wait for the punch at TV2, but now we look out for Tilla Olsen, and she punches at TV2 with the new lead, a 29-second lead for Tilla Olsen. The first to go faster than Nivikoski, and there's Figueroa punching in 3rd place at TV2. And
So, Jenny
back
Danivad,
with our interviews. This is Jenny Danivad.
a few minutes ago that you are quite satisfied but not totally satisfied with the race. You're 3 seconds behind at the finish from Lotta Kidniabi from Finland. Tell us a little bit more about how was it for you out in the forest?
It was nice. It was really fun, but it was very difficult, of course. I found myself making a few mistakes into the controls, but luckily not very much time. But yeah, some mistakes here and there.
Yeah, it is very technically demanding. You said that you did a quite big mistake, so maybe a little bit bigger in the beginning, but then it became better and better. So the last very critical part,
Yes.
you maneuvered quite well. Is that correct?
Yeah, I will say so. Yeah, at the start I did some mistakes and I had like a good center. Yeah, at this in the middle of the race, and then maybe I lost a bit time on the very last controls. But yeah, it was overall an okay race. I'm kind of happy.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations to a fairly good run then, Jenny.
Thank you.
So Jenny Danivad sounding quite happy with her race there. A few mistakes dotted out, but I don't think anyone's had a clean race just yet. Here's Hordegaard. We saw her making quite a significant mistake on the way to, I think it was number 9, but still good enough for a top 5. She's ahead of Leonie Mattis at number 13. Dylan Revels, one of our Canadian athletes. Zublova off the pace here. Running with intent now. And we'll follow her with the running cam into TV2. But this is Mira Verda. Approaching TV1. Not quite as fast as our leader, Tilia Olsen. But she's caught the Slovakian athlete. And it's not enough for a top 3 at that point. Will she be faster than Jenny Danavad, who is still second at the finish? Not quite. But here she comes to punch, and it will be faster than Eliasson. So it's good enough for 5th at that point, but time to catch up. And now we look out at the finish for Fagervold from Norway. Here he comes through the forest. Looks like he's caught Frenchman Luca Verju. And there's the punch at the final control. He's got 10 seconds to make it to the finish to take the silver medal position. It's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be enough for silver, but it should be a secure bronze at this point. We'll see if that lasts. Still lots of big names left to come in, but it's a very good performance there from Fagervold from Norway. So the top 3 all within a minute of one another. This is Signe Hordegaard, and she's outside of the top 3. It should be enough for a top 5 though, ahead of Turanova. Just less than 2 minutes down, 1 minute 59 off the leading time of Nivikowski. Some costly mistakes there. Yeah, she does not look happy. Yeah, that's not a happy Signe Hordegaard, unfortunately. 7th in the long will be her top position of the week. Not able to replicate that performance. So I can imagine she'll drop down some positions now when some of the big names start to come in. And now we look out for Tilia Olsen already. This could be a big lead. She had a 29-second lead at TV1. We'll see if she's managed to extend that lead. It would be quite impressive if she came in just now. We don't have a GPS on Tilia Olsen, so I can't quite see where she is, so we'll just have to wait at that TV control. I'd imagine there's still a couple of minutes until we see her. But this is Theo Degant. We've just seen his teammate Verju finish. What can Degan do out there today? The French team have been fantastic this week so far. We've already had an individual medal for Fanny Delahaye and of course the silver medal for France in the sprint relay. Still looking out for Tilia Olsen. Because we don't have the GPS, it's hard to say when to expect her. We've got our running cam looking out for her in the forest, but no sign just yet. Again, she was working with a 29-second lead at control number 7, and now we're looking out for her at control number 13. Here she is. So we'll join her on her approach to TV2. This could be a really impressive run from the Swede. So this isn't TV2. That will be control probably number 12. And now we'll run with her to 13. I think she's managed to extend this gap pretty well. Again, we've seen quite a few people struggle with hesitations with the negative feature at control 13. And here she comes to punch. And she drops in. And that's a big lead. 1 minute 20 for Tilia Olsen, ahead of Jenny Danavad. Very impressive run. 3 more controls for her to execute. And then into the finish. We did see Danavad lose a couple of seconds. She lost about 20 or so seconds. But now we're back with another interview.
So, Sigve, how was the race for you today? Can you tell us a little bit about your race?
Yeah, it was quite good. I think I made a little mistake to the second control, but after that I felt that I ran the legs quite well. I was quite tired and it felt like it wasn't going very fast, but yeah, it was okay.
I think it's not the speed that will be decisive today, it's rather how technical you perform the race. So the technical part, are you satisfied?
Yes, I am very satisfied with the technical. Yes.
Yeah, I've heard some rumors that you prepare very seriously, at least for the Norwegian selection races, going by train to the maps and biking out there to prepare, a little bit like Jon Tvedt did in the old days. Can you find, or have you been able to find this kind of terrain in Norway also to prepare in the same way?
No, I was here one time with some other Norwegians for a week, but I can't drive, so I need to be able, because it's now I can't take my bicycle down here.
A little bit long from Norway, I agree. Yes. But now you know a little bit more about how it will be in the forest tomorrow at least, so probably you learned a little bit from today.
Yes.
Thank you, Sigve.
So that was Figevold, who currently sits in 3rd position in the men's class. 56 seconds down on the time of Tommy Civil, who still leads. This is Marketa Hansova. Hansova, the first leg runner in the Czech team that took bronze in the sprint relay. We'll see what she can do today in the forest. And back to the arena. I assume looking out for Tilia Olsen. Yep. So she managed to extend that lead by TV2 to 1 minute and 20. We saw Jenny Danavad lose some time in those final controls. Has Tilia Olsen kept it together? Again, we don't have GPS for her, so I can't tell you for sure if she is clean or making mistakes. Here she comes. Cheered on by teammates. And this will for sure be a lead for Tilia Olsen. A big lead at the finish, most likely, especially in the middle. This is an exciting race from Tilia Olsen, and she does cross the line then for a new lead in the women's class. And Mivikoski gets pushed down into second place after sitting with the lead for quite some time. Jenny Danavad now down into bronze medal position, and our leader is Sweden's Tilia Olsen. 25 minutes 35 seconds is the new time to beat. Mira Verda also approaching TV2 with the running cam. She's not as quick as Olsen, but still in contention with the time of Jenny Danavad. There's the punch, so 55 seconds down, but that's still 25 seconds down on the time of Jenny Danavad. That should be simple maths. Yes, 25 seconds.
25:35 is a really, really good time set by Tilia Olsson, Sverige alltså. Stanislav Drapela, Polish orienteering.
So looking good for Mira Verda. We'll expect to see her in the arena fairly shortly. It's about 4 minutes between the punch at TV2 and the punch at the finish for Tilia Olsen. Pedro Patrocínio for Portugal, out into the forest. So the new standings at the finish, it's Tilia Olsen that leads with a time of 25 minutes 35. Lotta Nivikoski now down in second. She was leading for such a long time, but she is now 1 minute 27 down. Jenny Danavad holds on to a medal spot in third, 1 minute 30 down, just 3 seconds slower than the Finnish athlete. And now we're going to hear from our leader.
So, yeah, first of all, congratulations to a very... How was it? Was it a perfect race, or have you done any mistakes?
It was a very good race with just some very, very small mistakes, so I'm very satisfied with the race.
If you have only done small mistakes today in this very technical and difficult, I would say, race, I think that will hold for very long today. What's your own... What do you think yourself?
I don't know. There are many strong girls in the last group of the start list, but yeah, it was a clean race, so I hope it will be good.
I asked you if you can find this kind of terrain back from when we are in Uddevalla, but you said no. Is that correct?
Yes, it's like a kind of the same type of småskuren terrain, but it's even more tougher in the forest at home with the blue bear and stuff like that.
Yeah. So it's a bit more fast terrain here than you can find at home, where it's more tough and more rough terrain than you're used to from home. So higher speed today.
Yes, and it was very fun.
I think you've done a very good race if we look at what we can expect from the times today. So congratulations, Tilia.
Oh, thank you.
So great to hear there from Tillia Olsen, who is getting closer and closer to that 25-minute winning time. 25:35 is now the time to beat as we look out for Mira Verda at the finish, who's not going to take a new lead. And it could be tight for a top three. Remember, as it stands, second and third are only 3 seconds apart. Here's Mira Verda for Switzerland. She'll be approaching the final control. Similar entry to Tillia Olsen. There's the punch. And this should be good enough for a new second fastest time, which is going to push Jenny Danavad out of the medal positions. Nivyakowski goes down into third, and it's now going to be Mira Verda who sits in second position behind Tillia Olsen at the finish. What's the gap going to be? About 52 seconds. 51 seconds down on the time of Olsen. Axel Tiebeck of Sweden. He's been strong throughout the week. No standout performances just yet. Maybe today is the day. He'll be fighting for one of the top spots. It's still Tommy Civil that leads. I think they've got some Ellie Goulding on in the arena. Back in the forest. Looking out for Hanusova at TV1. Hanusova does have GPS. We're waiting for her with the running camera at number 6. And then we'll run with her to the TV control at number 7. Here she is, punching just there. She looks to have caught the athlete in front of her. I want to say that's a Slovenian top, but I might be completely wrong. But this is a good performance so far from Hanusova for Czechia. And now back to the finish. For Poland's Drapela. Could be 6th, but it's going to be 7th at the finish. And we'll look out for Hanusova. I think that's a Bulgaria top that's just punched. And here she is. So it's not enough for the lead, but it's good enough for second. 20 seconds down on Tillia Olsen. And Lotta Nivyakowski down into third. We've got a Danish athlete here punching at TV2. That's Nygaard. 5 minutes down. Oh, that's not a fantastic performance there. No GPS for Nygaard, so unfortunately we won't be able to see how that's happened. And that was Mathias Rockjaer from Denmark heading out into the forest. And now we look out for Dagand, who's off to a good start. We'll meet him with the running camera. Well, in fact, this is at TV2. He was a minute down at TV1. We'll see if he's managed to pull back some of that time. No sign of him just yet. He may well have dropped some time here. There's a Belgian athlete. And is this Dagard in the distance, potentially? Yeah, that looks like him. So, Theo Dagand on his way to TV2. It's probably not going to be a top 3 at that point. We'll see if he can hold on to a top 5. So he's dropped a few more seconds. Here's the hesitation. Very cautious. And in he drops. So he's lost about 20 seconds since TV1. Still a good run from Dagand. Anton Jönsson for Sweden at the start. And off he goes into the forest. And this is his teammate, Axel Tiebeck. It's not going to be a lead at TV1. Will he be faster than his teammate, Ola Lira? Probably not. It Could be enough for a top 3 though. Here he comes. 1 second, 3 seconds faster than Fagervold from Norway. So 2 Swedes in the top 3 at TV1. Bjørbid into a good position. An early mistake there. Another big mistake to number 4. Yeah, that's not an ideal route. But he punches at TV2 in 5th position, so he's caught back a lot of time. This is Jonas Vogel from Switzerland. And another of our Spanish athletes, Jana Rifa Bernardino. She had a strong performance. I think it was in the long. Can she do something similar today in the middle? We've just seen her teammate Bjørbid going into 5th spot. Some strong runs from the Spanish athletes this week. And of course, there was a Spanish medal last year. I'll be looking to replicate that. Hanasova approaching TV2. She was 20 seconds down at the first split. We'll look out for her with the running cam and run into control 13 with her. Looks like the cameraman can see Hanasova. There's some movement in the distance in the trees there. Yeah, here she comes in the check top. And she's got about 1 minute and 20 to get to control 13 to take the lead off Tilja Olsen. There she is punching at control 12. 1 minute to get to 13. She could very well take a new lead here. course, she's now entered the really vague section of the map. She'll have to be bang on. First, we're in the arena for Theo Degant.
On the way in here towards the fifth position, just over 26 minutes. That's a good race from Theo Degant.
And he does go into the top 5. 5th place for Degant. And now we look out for Hanusova at TV2. Slight hesitation. It's going to be close. And she punches. Just 1 second ahead of Telia Olsen. This could be a bit of a battle in the final controls here. 3 controls left to punch for Hanusova, and it's a nervous wait for Telia Olsen. This is Zaratos from New Zealand. We had a fantastic New Zealand performance from Rachel Baker in the long. She took a top 10. That'll be really inspiring for her New Zealand teammates. And here we have the GPS of Hanusova. Of course, I don't think we did have GPS for Telia Olsen. But here you can see Hanusova running strongly. Pretty clean through there. Biobida into the finish then. What a run from him. It's going to be a top 5.
Finishing fourth, I guess. Finishing fourth so far in this.
Yeah, into 4th place. 1 second ahead of Edvin Atting, who holds on to 5th. A great run from the Spanish athlete. His time in the end, 25 minutes, 51 seconds, which is 1 minute 12 down. We're with Jonsson now at TV1. And this is a new lead, the first to go faster than Seville. 3 seconds faster. Seville was one of our earliest starters, and he's held on to the lead this whole time. Could Anton Jonsson be the person to knock Tommy Seville out of this top spot?
A new leader in the women's race there with Marketa Hanusova. 25:35.
Here is the GPS of Biobida and Lira. You can see a slight mistake in there. There's the mistake from Lira. Another slight wobble from Lira and quite smooth from Biobida. Strong performance from the Spanish athlete. Up in contention alongside the Swedes. And now we look out for Hanusova. Just heard the arena commentator say that she was pre-warned with the lead. Of course, it was just a 1 second lead at TV2. Telia Olsen was saying she made a couple of late mistakes, but overall a pretty clean run. So this must be speedy from Hanusova. Here is Marketa Hanusova punching at the final control. And yeah, she's caught up even more time here. This will be a new lead for Marketa Hanusova at the finish. Quicker than Telia Olsen. Quicker than Mira Verda. She'll knock Lotta Nivikovsky off the podium, and it will be Marketa Hanusova with the new lead at the finish in the women's class. A lead of 18 seconds. Her time, 25 minutes 17. So still not as fast as the estimated winning time, but we're certainly getting closer to it. And it's now Marketa Hanusova that leads. Axel Tidbeck has lost a bit more time here. He was 34 seconds down at TV1. He's now about 56 seconds down. It's enough for a top 5. It's not where he wants to be. So here's the GPS with Hanusova, Dalavad and Juliusson. Of course, Nivakoski and Olsen didn't have GPS. Oh, and you can see Hanusova's just speeding her way through these final controls. Absolutely flying. Pretty flawless execution. And she took an 18-second lead at the finish for Czechia. Of course, Czechia has a recent history of being very successful at these Junior World Championships. Here's Lyra and Tibek, both choosing the shorter route. There were some earlier athletes choosing the longer route, the blue route. But we expected some of the faster athletes to go straight. Small miss there from Axel Tibek. And back to the start. This is Iga Mikula running for Poland. And it's not long until we start to see some of our big names starting. Here's Kolvuk from Estonia. So he's going to be outside of the top 20. It's Tommy Rollins from Great Britain that holds on to that top 20th spot. And there's the punch, just over 2 minutes down on the lead at TV1. I'm back with another interview with our current leader.
First of all, congratulations to a very good race today.
Yeah, it was a really good race and I really enjoyed the terrain. And yeah, I would say that there's really good runners after me, but yeah, I believe that the time is really good.
You told me here before that you had a little bit specific strategy today. You started very carefully, but then you speeded up and became a little bit more risky. Is that the correct description?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I started really slowly, but we really connected with the map. And then at the end of the race, I started to be more risky. Yeah.
It worked, it seems, anyhow, so you took the controls very good also at the very end. So how long do you think that this very good race, I think, will bring you today? You were 9th on the long distance, What do you think about your final result today?
I think this is really better, the result, because on the long distance I made some mistakes, but on the middle I didn't do some mistakes.
Okay, we will have to wait for some hour, 1 hour, a little bit more, then we know. But anyhow, congratulations to a very good race, Marketa.
Thank you.
So it's still Marketa Hanusova who has the lead, 25 minutes 17 seconds. A fantastic performance. Interesting to hear that she was taking some risks towards the end, especially because that's where it gets a bit more technical and where a lot of people are tending to slow down. We're back with Jonsson. He was 3 seconds faster than Seville at TV1. Can he maintain that lead? Seville has been leading since pretty much the start of the race today. So Anton Jonsson on his approach to TV2. If he's smooth through this, he'll extend his lead. He spotted it. And there's the punch. We head to the finish for Axel Tibek. And it's not good enough for a top 3. He lost some time there in the final part of the course. He pulled up some time then, but not enough to pull up into the top 3. And to confirm that the lead of Anton Jonsson at TV2 was 22 seconds. So he's pulled it up from 3 seconds to 22. Which gives him a fairly comfortable lead heading into the final few controls. So Tommy Seville has a nervous wait now. We expect to see him in the next 6 or so minutes. Maybe a bit longer than that. But Sweden currently sitting in 2nd and 4th at the finish, with hopes for Anton Jonsson to maintain his lead. This is Holly Smith of Canada. Back with the running camera for Vogel. He was 43 seconds down. Which put him in 7th position at that point, which was at TV1. And now we're following him to TV2. Will it be enough for a top 3? He'll have to nail the entry to the control. And he looks quite confident there. Yeah, dropping in easily to punch. 4 seconds faster than Ola Lira. So that's good enough for 3rd at this point. Pulled up some positions. Pulled up 4 positions. So we've got a comparison here of Vogel and Lira. You can see not the optimum route there into 7 for Vogel. Better routes on the line though, in comparison to Lira. We'll see how he copes with the final part of this course. It's Lira who currently sits in 2nd at the finish. And now we can see some of our athletes warming up. And back to a very lively arena. Still Tommy Civil that leads, 24:39 is his time, but we know that Anton Jonsson is out there hunting for the lead. Lira holds on to 2nd and Fagervold in 3rd. And Polish athlete Drapela holds on to that top 10 spot.
Anton Jonsson at the second TV control, so with a good ending, he can also be in the top 3 position. Maybe a threat to Tommy Civil. So now, Tommy, now comes 2 big threats for you. Let's see how they make it in the end. It's a tricky end of the men's course.
And for the women, it's Marketa Hanusova who leads, 18 seconds faster than Tila Olsen. Mira Verda holds on to 3rd, and Lotta Nivyukovsky down in 4th after leading for so long. Hannah Josefsson holds on to that top 10th position. This is Great Britain's Lyra Medlock. She's the British middle champion in W20. And now we wait for Anton Jonsson at the finish. He extended his lead from TV1 to TV2 up to 22 seconds. Will Civil's lead come to an end? Here is Anton Jonsson. Surely this will be a new lead at the finish. He punches at the final control, cheered on by the crowd. And this is a quick finish as well. He's zooming down the run-in. And this will absolutely be a new lead for the Swede. The first athlete to run faster than Tommy Civil. So Tommy Civil now drops down into 2nd place, and the new leading time is 24:09. Sweden's Anton Jonsson, our new leader. The thumbs up as well. So 24:09 is the new time to beat. The download's good. And I think he looks pretty pleased with that. Tired, but pleased. And I don't speak Swedish, but I'd imagine he's saying something like, yeah, it was good and I was fast. This is Bernardino. We'll follow her to TV2. She had a strong performance in the long distance race earlier on in the week. This is also looking pretty strong. Is it going to be enough for a top 5 at TV2? Potentially not. She was 22nd at the first TV split. She was over 3 minutes down, so if she's managed to pull up this time, that's pretty impressive. Bit of hesitation, she spotted it. So she has in fact managed to pull up over a minute of time between TV1 and TV2, which is very, very impressive. That's 16 positions as well. Strong running from the Spanish athlete. And she now sits in 6th position.
Searching for the last control and Vogel. Yes, touch the free.
And now we look out for Vogel at the finish.
Some problems in the ending, loses some position.
I don't think it's going to be enough for a top 3. Here's Jonas Vogel approaching the final control.
He will be 1.5 minutes after the leader, Anton.
And on his way to the finish. It won't be enough for a top 3.
5th position so far in the middle distance. Solid race from the Swiss runner here. 20.
But it will be a top 5. 5th position. 1 minute 28 down on the time of Anton Jonsson.
Control there in the ending for Jonas Vogel. And then I think we're switching out to
Oh yeah, you can see why. There's a mistake. There's the time loss. And another wobble going into 17. Just not quite accurate enough, and that's cost Jonas Vogel one of the top positions at the finish. So he finishes 1 minute 28 down on Anton Jonsson, who holds on to that lead. 24 minutes and 9 is still the time to beat. Here's one of our Ukrainian athletes at TV2. Kropinvinska, 2 minutes down. And back to TV1. Another of our Ukrainian athletes, Klimenyuk, again about 2 minutes down. And back with our leader, Anton Jonsson.
Anton, current leader of a junior world championship middle distance. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. I did a really good race today. Almost no mistakes, and the legs felt way better than in the long distance.
I said you've been a very good, big surprise in the Swedish junior class this year, performing very, very well. I think particularly in the long distances, but now you do a very, very good race also in the middle distance. Was this a technical, perfect middle distance for you?
Yeah, it was. I think like really technical middle distances fit me well, and the course today was very hard. So I think it suits me well.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations, Anton, to a very, very good race today. I hope it will bring you far up in the competition. But we know in an hour or so. So now we have to wait for a while. But again, congratulations to a very, very done race today.
Thank you so much.
Great to hear from our leader. And in the meantime, we've just had Bernardino go into 6th position. I still think it's incredibly impressive that she pulled up 18 places between TV1 and TV2. There are going to be some very quick split times, but she couldn't pull up any more positions, and she finishes in 6th place. We're obviously still expecting lots of fast athletes still to come in. So unfortunately, early time loss for her meant she was left chasing the top times. In fact, we do have GPS for her. Let's have a look. So strong start. Up on the same pace as Hanusova. There's a mistake on number 5. Another mistake on number 6. A big mistake on number 6. And now she's left chasing those top times. Really quick execution here. She's pretty much caught back up to Danavad there. But just couldn't quite. Yeah, that last miss on 15 costing her 5th at the finish. Carl Orag-Rai at the start for Norway. And this is Eero Sorsa of Finland. He was part of the Finnish team that was 4th in the sprint relay. He'll be looking for a medal. Kropyvnytska of Ukraine coming into not quite a top 6, but very close to it. 2 seconds off a top 6 at the finish. 7th place for the Ukrainian athletes. A very solid run. Eero Sorsa, here he is then at TV1, and it's outside of the top 6. 7th position, 40 seconds off the time of Anton Jonsson. Another of our Portuguese athletes, Leonor Ferreira. And a GPS replay of Eero Sorsa in comparison to some of our leading athletes. You can see here a bit of deviation from Tibek. There's a wobble from Sorsa. He's got a good pace, but not quite quick enough to keep up with the likes of Lyra. One of our Hungarian athletes. That was Gergo Blunt at the start for Hungary. They've also just had the start of Mark Levent Bridoso, who's a very talented Hungarian athlete. This is Gaudion for France, part of the winning team, the second place team, in the sprint relay. First leg runner of the team. It looks like this is a good start. So Lucy Gaudion approaching the TV control. Looks fairly hesitant, maybe not 100% confident on where she's going, but we'll wait for her at the control. Here she is. And there's the punch. So a minute and 40-ish down. 1 minute 38. Tilja Olsen with the lead at that control. So Gaudion with some work to do to catch up to the faster times. And we're back with another
I'm standing
interview.
here with Katarina Kropniska from the Ukraine. How was your race?
It was quite careful and a little bit quiet race because I tried to didn't miss me on the map because I think it's quite difficult map and this old terrain in biking here. Yeah.
Did you enjoy the course and the terrain?
Yes, actually yes. I was prepared to that it will be very interesting distance, and I just waited that it will be funny. Yeah, and it was like this. Yeah.
And you have been running 4 JWOCs. How long will this race take you in position, you think?
I hope top 20. I hope I will stay there. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, and congratulations to good performance.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so she holds on to 7th position at the moment, but there are athletes running some quick times out there. This is Boidoso for Hungary. A very talented athlete. Hungary's junior pathway has created lots of incredibly talented athletes. They've got a very strong team. Always a joy to watch with relays and, of course, individual performances. In fact, the defending champion is Hungarian. There's the punch then, 8 seconds down on the time of Anton Jonsson. But that's enough for a top 3. So here's the GPS. You can see bang on that red line. Brilliant execution. And right up with the leading athletes. A bit of a wobble going into number 7. I wonder if that cost him those 8 minutes. 8 minutes? 8 seconds. Magnus Sigurdsson of Norway heading into the forest. Lots of strong performances, but nothing that's ever earned him a medal. Will today be the day? Antonina Slonska for Poland. And now we're looking out for Aero Saucer. Has the Finn done enough to stay in contention with his teammates? It's not enough to match the time of Jonsson. He had 40 seconds to catch at TV1. Has he lost more time? Looks like he's in good contact with the map. But he's dropped some more time. Will he still be in the top 5? In fact, he was 8th at TV1. There's the punch. And he's pulled up a position. Lost some more time, but pulled up into 7th. 1:16 down on Jonsson. So here's the GPS for Aero Saucer in comparison to Lira and Tibek. And this is Bolchevitz. Running well in the early stages of the course. We'll wait for the punch at TV1. But he looks to be in contention here. Punching in 5th position. 31 seconds down on Jonsson. A good start. Ronja Gotch Iversen. And back with the running camera. This is Calandri, already a medal winner this week. 2nd leg in the sprint relay team. Simon Kalondri running well here. Hit the crags. Close to the control. He'll bounce back in. We've seen lots of athletes bouncing off those crags. And then here he comes. And the punch, 20 seconds down on Jonsson, is enough for 5th. A good start for Simon Kalondri. This is Budoso. He was 8 seconds down at the first split. There he is punching at number 11. And now we'll follow him into TV2. Running with, I think, a Belgian athlete there. Will it be enough for a top 3 for Budoso? Bit of a hesitation here. And now he drops in. And it is enough for a top 3. Budoso into 3rd place, 33 seconds down on Jonsson's time. So he was 3rd at TV1 and 3rd at TV2. Here is the GPS of Budoso. You've also got Lira and Vogel on there. Lira still sitting in 3rd and Vogel 5th. And this is Henrietta Radzikovsky. She didn't have the run she would have hoped for on the long race, but she is a very successful junior athlete. She is the 2023 JWOC medal champion, and she currently has 6 JWOC medals. She'll be looking to make that 7. Salopek for Croatia. Erosorsa at the finish. A strong finish from the Finnish athlete. Looks like he dropped a bit more time towards the end of the course. He finishes in the top 10, but dropped another 2 positions since TV2. All the time he caught back up. Unfortunately, he managed to lose those 2 positions again. So still leading is Sweden's Anton Jonsson, and the time to beat is still 24:09. Only 2 athletes have run less than 25 minutes so far. And that's Anton Jonsson and Tommy Seville. And it was Tommy Seville that led for over 2 hours. In the women's class, it's still Marketa Hanusova that leads. Tilia Olsen in 3rd, Amira Verde in 3rd. This is Stanja Lindig. running for Germany. We've had the first split from Magnus Sigurdsson, and he is down in 22nd position, 1 minute 20 off the pace. Pavilas Rimkus for, I think, Lithuania. So, as it stands, still Anton Jonsson, 30 seconds ahead of Tommy Seville. And Ola Lira holds on to third. Eero Saucer now in that top 10th position. Oliver Duncan for Great Britain, leaping over that wall. And I tell you what, he's had a fantastic run. He pulled up 8 positions between TV1 and TV2. So Oliver Duncan of Great Britain, just over a minute down on the lead of Jonsson. But this is going to be good enough for a top 3 at the finish. A fantastic run from Oliver Duncan there. Unbelievable from Oliver Duncan there. He went through the first TV split in 19th position, pulled himself up to 11th by TV2, and has just come in to finish in 3rd place. Fantastic from the Brit. Maki Hokkanen for Finland on her way to TV1. This is Elise Renard. No, it's not. It's Gretchen Bohi, sorry. For Switzerland. This is Elise Renard running for Norway. Bujoso, it's not going to be enough for a top 6 at the finish. He should finish within the top 10 at the moment. He must have dropped a significant amount of time there. He was 3rd through both TV controls and has now dropped to 10th at the finish, 1:48 down. That's a significant time loss there. So the GPS of Bodoso, where did he lose the time? Looks like big wobble there on number 15. Slower running pace than Lyra there, potentially. And another mistake there, another miss on 17. And just running really cautiously through that final part too. Greta Leonard for the USA. And now we're looking out for Henrietta Radzikovsky. I've just pulled up GPS on my phone, and she is on her way to number 6, which is the control that's in the shot just now. She looks like she's drifting a little bit. There she is. And of course, we'll get the split at the next control, so it's not going to be enough to match the time of Tilja Olsen. So she's not in the top 3. And there's the punch. 4th position. 53 seconds down on Tilja Olsen. So here's the GPS of Henrietta Radzikovsky. So a little bit hesitant at number 3. Not quite as quick as Hanusova and Danovad. There's a mistake from Danovad. And then Radzikovsky just drifting a little to 6. Strong run from Kaisner, the German athlete. She'll punch at TV2 in the top 10. Just ahead of Lucy Gaudion. And she's managed to pull up 6 positions there. Arpo Verkjavi at the start, another of the very talented Finns. Simon Colondri at the finish. Here he is. It's been a good run. He's pulled up a couple of positions as well between TV1 and TV2. And he's pulled up some time again. And Simon Colondri crossing the line in silver medal position, 24 seconds down on the time of Anton Jonsson. And that pushes Tommy Seville down into third and Oliver Duncan off the podium positions of the top three. So pulled up another position, Simon Colondri, between TV2 and the finish, and also gained back some seconds there. Looked like he worked hard to do that. Impressive stuff from the French athlete. He'll be looking for his second medal of the week. Great to see all the French athletes supporting one another. Andrei Brosh from Czechia about to start. I wonder if he knows that his headband's upside down. Elise Reynard now on the way to number 7. And approaching the TV control. Could this be a top 3? Maybe not. Could certainly be a top 5. So 42 seconds down is good enough for 4th place, just ahead of Henrietta Radzikovsky. So this is a comparison of Reynard with Hanusova, who still leads at the finish, and Danavad. Maki Hokkanen for Finland, punching at TV2 in 6th position, just behind her teammate, 1 second behind her teammate Niewiechowski. Jan Kamikas, a About to start 4th in the middle distance in 2024 and 2nd in the long just 2 days ago. She'll be wanting another medal here today, and she's absolutely more than capable of doing it. Ooh, Gratian Bohi down off the pace. Looks like he's had a bit of a nightmare start there. Over 4 minutes down. Let's follow his GPS. Yeah, big error on number 5. Oh, yeah, that's not good. That's not good. That's such a shame for Bohi from Switzerland. That's not a mistake that you can catch up the time back from. Jonas Meiser from Austria, about to start. And now we're waiting for Apo Vikiavi. Here's the punch just ahead of TV1. We'll run with him through the open section. This bit of terrain looks gorgeous. Running well, good contact with the map. And this is looking really strong for potentially a new lead here. He's still got 50 seconds to find the control to punch faster than Anton Jonsson. I think this will be a new lead. Here he comes. And absolutely it is 32 seconds faster than Anton Jonsson. Very quick opening few controls. We head to the finish for Maki Hokkinen. So Animaki Hokkinen in for a top 6 position at the finish. 1:54 down on Hanusova's time. But she caught up 2 positions at TV2. And she managed to hold on to that 6th spot through to the finish. Back to the start for Yu Yu. And looking out at the finish for James Hammond of Great Britain. This is a quick time. He'll potentially not be as fast as his teammate Oliver Duncan. It's going to be tight. Cheered on by his teammates. James Hammond, not quite enough for 4th. He'll be slower than Oliver Duncan, but this should potentially be a top 5. Equal fifth with Ola Lira. 1 minute 19 down on Anton Jonsson, but that's enough for a top 5 at the finish for James Hammond. There's a big smile. He's been waiting for a run like that. Big hug from Heather High.
And we can see that James Hammond, he was 115 after at the TV control and 119 after reaching the finish line. So solid performance from him. Maybe that's
Fantastic run from the Brits so far. Oliver Duncan in 4th, James Hammond in equal 5th. He didn't have the run he wanted in the sprint or the long. He'll be happier with that performance. 2 Brits in the top 5. I'm trying not to get too excited. So still with the lead, Anton Jonsson, 24:09, and only one athlete has run faster at TV1, and that's Apo Vikiavi. Here's the GPS of James Hammond in comparison to Lira, who of course he is equal 5th with at the finish. Although James Hammond has just jumped to the bottom of my results, and it's coming up with a missed punch. Oh, he just skipped 16 at the end there. Oh, that's gutting after such a fantastic run. I think it's likely he punched the women's control instead of the men's control at the end there. Gutting for James Hammond after what could have been a top 5 result at the finish there. Elise Reynard now on the way to TV2. She was 42 seconds down at TV1. Leah Franson from Canada at the start here. This is Janka Mikas, and this is promising. She's got a minute to get to number 7. Talia Olsen with the lead at that point. Mikas, silver medalist in the long. She'll want another medal. She'll want to upgrade that medal. This is Henrietta Radzikovsky, and oh, it looks like she's had another nightmare. Down in 36th position, almost 6 minutes off the lead. That's not the run she'd have wanted today, especially after the long. We'll look at her GPS here. Oh, big error on number 9. And I think another error on number 10. There's the punch from Jan Kamika's. 6 seconds down on the time of Tillia Olsen. But ahead of Marketa Hanusova at that point. Of course, it is Hanusova that leads at the finish. So this is good for Jan Kamika's. Very promising. Well ahead of Hanusova through this point. Oh, there's a mistake in there at number 6. That's going to be quite costly. But we know in that case she's running at a much higher pace than Hanusova was. Right, looking out for Apo Vikravi. He had a 32-second lead at TV1. Won't be long until we see him again. Here is Verkliavi. "52 seconds to get to TV2. So it was a lead of 32 seconds. It's now less than that. Still running well. Still looking strong and in control. I wonder where this time loss has come from. This could be tight for the lead now, actually. I think Anton Jonsson's holding on to this lead now. And Apo Vikravi into second place, just 4 seconds down on Anton Jonsson. But he's lost a position. He's lost over 30 seconds. So here's the GPS. He went the pathway to number 10, which is slightly longer. And then drifting a lot on number 11. Well corrected. And there's the punch at 12. And now we're back live as he heads to 13. Now we look out for Renard at the finish. Will it be enough for a top 3 at the finish? Mira Verda holds on to bronze medal position at the moment. Renard pulled herself up a position between TV1 and TV2. She was in 4th place at TV2. Can she pull herself up another position? Here she comes. And on to the run-in. It's going to be tight. I'm not sure it's going to be a top 3, but it should be good enough for 4th. Mira Verda can breathe a sigh of relief there. And Elise Renard will finish in 4th position for Norway, holding on to the same position that she went through TV2 in. A strong run from the Norwegian. So Elise Reynard looking pretty happy with her run there. 1 minute 18 down in the end. And it's still Marketa Hanusova that leads. No one's broken the 25-minute barrier yet. Janka Mikas was running pretty quickly, but a mistake from her on number 6 just before TV1 meant that she was slower than Marketa Hanusova. This is Brosh. This looks like an error. Bouncing off the wall. Not an optimum route, but he got there. There'd have been a significant amount of time lost with that route choice.
ENG has been out for 21 minutes now. Anton Jonsson is leading by 24:09. So I think we have some minutes for a short interview with current number 4, Elise Renard from Norway.
So it's nearly 1 o'clock. This is Alvaro Perez Otero. And the next starter will be Czechia's Vladimir Surb, who was second on the long. We're approaching the start block with some of our top contenders for today. But first, an interview.
So, Elise, how was it for you out in the forest today? You ended up out in the 6th position, I think.
Yeah.
Well, how was it for you in the forest?
It was very fun. I felt like I had control most of the time, but I have had a few controls where I didn't go directly to, but I had a little bit of a swing or yeah.
Okay, I think you were 1 minute behind at the first TV control, but after then it seems you have done a very solid race at the more technical part. Is that your own perception as well?
I felt like I had even, or what you say, even race. I did, yeah, I think I did a little bit. My mistakes were kind of all over, but the first few controls I took a bit more chill to get into the terrain, and then I upped my tempo. Yeah.
It seems to be a good strategy today. So congratulations, Elisa, to a very good run today.
Thank you.
And Appo Virkijärvi had the lead.
So that was Norway's Elise Reynard. And now we're back at the start for Vladimir Surb. What a week he's had. 6th in the sprint, 3rd in the sprint relay, and 2nd in the long. Can he get a gold medal to add to his collection for the week? We'll have to see.
So, but maybe he can take the 2nd position. Here
is Appo Virkijärvi. It's not going to be enough for the lead at the finish, but it will be a silver medal position. That mistake cost him, and he finishes off 10 seconds down on the time of Anton Jonsson. He was leading at TV1, 4 seconds down at TV2, and 10 seconds down at the finish. A strong run nonetheless. We'll see how that time holds up. Just not enough to beat the time of Anton Jonsson. So Simon Kalonji now drops into 3rd place, and Tommy Civil, who led for so long, is out of the top 3. Oliver Duncan holds on to 5th, and Ola Lira in 6th. This is Janka Mikas, 6 seconds down at TV1 after a mistake on number 6. She's moving well through the terrain, very powerful athlete. We know her pace was slightly faster than Hanusova, because she was pulling away before she made that mistake. Let's see if she's managed to pull back into the lead. 50 seconds until the punch to take a lead. And it looks like she's spotted it now. So this will be a significant lead for Jankomikas. 36-ish seconds. 38 seconds. That's very impressive. She was 6 seconds down before. So that pace is really, really quite quick. Kusako of Finland. 2 minutes off the pace, just outside of the top 6. So here's the GPS of Jankomikas. Looks like another slight wobble at number 8 and at 9. She's not clean in the control circle, but look how quick she's running. She's just pulling away from the rest of them. Can see an error there from Reynard. Not an optimal route there for Hanusova, and that's let Mikas take a bigger lead. Ilse Jumika of Latvia at the start. Some strong results, but again looking for that special performance to earn her one of the top spots. Back for another interview. This is with Apo Vikiavi.
I met you Wednesday very, very early. You started first, and we had an early interview, and we had no idea about what that performance would bring you on the long distance. And it brought you very, very long. You became a benchmark and all through the whole competition. And now you perform very, very well again. What's your own perception of your race today?
It was quite decent. In the beginning I was really confident and could run really fast, and it didn't feel that hard. Towards the end, the feeling stayed, but I made some 1.5 minutes, I would say, of mistakes. So the ending was quite hard for me. I liked the course a lot, especially when it was really hard. That suits me very well. But yeah, bit sad that I made those mistakes, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think many runners will do some mistakes today, so if you keep them small, it will bring you very, very long. But you lost a couple of seconds on Anton at the very, very end. You did. But I think it will bring you very long. And congratulations to a very made, performed race once again, Arto.
Thank you.
So Apo Vikiavi into second place, 10 seconds down on the time of Anton Jönsson. And now 3 athletes have run faster than 25 minutes in the men's course. That's yet to be done in the women's course. We'll be looking out for Jankomikas fairly soon. Here's Brož from Czechia. We saw that slight mistake, but here's Jankomikas on the way to the finish, and this will be a huge lead, a massive lead of almost 50 seconds. 49 seconds faster than Marketa Hanusova. Jankomikas is the new leader in the women's class. Her time, 24 minutes, 28 seconds, the first to run faster than 25 minutes, and a 49-second lead, which is huge. The silver medalist in the long distance race 2 days ago is going to look to do it again. She's going to look to better that result here today. Such an impressive run from Jankomikas, especially with some scrappiness in the control circles as well. But the pace she was running at was unbelievable. 49 seconds faster than anyone else, the first to break 25 minutes. Jankomikas leads for Hungary. But just to the left of the screen there is Anni Jäntinen. And Anni Jäntinen has just run 25 seconds faster than Janka Mikas at TV1. And that's a new lead. So we'll see what Anni Jäntinen can do for the rest of this course, but she certainly set a standard very early on. We'll have a look at the GPS. This is Janka Mikas, Hanusova and Reynard. So here you can see Mika's mistake on number 6. And Jäntinen also on this GPS now. So that's how far ahead of Janka Mikas she is at that point. Of course, we know that Mika's already made a mistake by that point. So there was a time loss that Janka Mikas then pulled back. But what can Anni Jäntinen do? This is very exciting. Shoto Hata running for Japan. And I was just thinking, when are we going to see Vladimir serve at TV1? He's off the pace. 30 seconds slower than Vicky Jarvi so far. He's not faster than any of the top 3. I wonder if there's a mistake or if he's just running slower. But he's out of the top 6. Slower than Boidoso. Slower than Lira. And likely slower than Colondri. He's matched the time of Simon Colondri. So Vladimir Serb with some time to catch here. Looking out now for Fenger Gruen. There he is punching at the final control. Will he be faster than Oliver Duncan and knock Duncan out of the top 5? It looks likely. He lost 2 positions between TV1 and TV2. He was 6th at TV2 and he's pulled himself up into 5th. 2 seconds faster than Oliver Duncan means he finishes in 5th position. 1 minute 10 down on the time of Anton Jonsson. So Oliver Duncan down into 6th place. Tommy Seville holds on to 4th. And we have another interview for Janka Mikas.
So, Janka, here I meet you again at the interview podium with a new good performance, but you tell you are not totally satisfied with your race.
Yeah, it was definitely not a good race from me today. I made one bigger mistake. I think it was like 1 minute or around 1 minute, and then I stopped several times and hesitated going into the controls. Yeah, it was really tough physically as well, so yeah, I didn't have my best day today, so I'm a bit disappointed, but we'll see what it will be enough for.
So far, it takes you to a lead or a leading position before the others, but there's still some runners out there in the forest, so we'll see in an hour or so what it brings you. But I saw you on the TV screen, at least I think you kept the speed very high throughout the full distance. Is that your own perception?
yeah, I tried to push hard, but yeah, still it was quite a big time loss. So yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. Congratulations, anyhow, I think, to a fairly good performance even today, Janka.
Thank you.
So that was our current leader in the women's class, Janka Mikas. This is Martins Zentis. And you can see there her 49-second lead at the finish. Marketa Hanusova, in second position, and Tilja Olsen hangs on to third.
5 seconds ahead of Janka Mikes, for example. In 5 minutes, we will see her at TV2 and see if she still doing it so good. In the men's category, we have some good splits.
And Hannah Josefsson rounds off our top 20.
For example, and Vladimir Zil hasn't started perfect. He is 52 seconds after there at the first TV control.
And for the men at the finish, it's still Anton Jonsson with the lead, 24.09. We had 4 athletes running faster than 25 minutes. Axel Tiebeck rounds off the top 10, and Carl Urag Rai rounds off the top 20.
You can read the top 20 results so far in the men's category. We have 70.
This is Ian Dunlap for America. It also won't be too long until we see Annie Jantunen at TV2. We'll see how her time compares to the time of Janka Mikas. She's still approaching control 12. This is Kula for Poland, and this is a great start. It's not going to be enough for a top 3. She's slower than Mikas, slower than Hanusova. She's not quite spotted it. There we go. Oh, that's not her. Never mind. Still looking out for Kula. There she is. And she punches in 6th position within a minute of the lead. And this should be Annie Jantunen. It is. So she was 19 seconds faster than Janka Mikas at the first TV split. We know that Janka Mikas had a mistake back then. She managed to pull up the position. What's the time now? That's number 12. She'll absolutely hit 13 with a big lead, I'm sure of it, unless something catastrophic happens. 2 minutes to get to number 13 is plenty of time. It's a strong run here from Annie Jantunen of Finland. Bit of hesitation. Flying through the terrain. And we've seen some hesitation around this control from quite a few athletes, but she's got a minute to spare here. She's not spotted it just yet. There we go, and there's the punch. A minute's lead is huge. So she's extended that lead from 19 seconds. Very, very impressive running from Annie Jantunen. This is Victoria Skacheva. 4th place in the long. She'll be hungry for a medal. Can she challenge the times of the likes of Tilja Olsen, Marketa Hanusova, Janka Mikas, and of course now Annie Jantunen? So we've got a GPS here with Jantunen, Mikas and Hanusova. And Jantunen just extending that lead. Absolutely flying. Really, really impressive stuff. 3 controls to go. This should be Vladimir Serb. It is. So he had a 52-second deficit to catch up. Has he gained or lost time? He was 9th at the first TV split. Might be something quite similar here. In fact, he may even drop a couple of positions. No, he's all good. 9th place. 10th place, sorry. 58 seconds down. And here is Freya Hjörner. What a week she's having. In fact, every JWOC she's been to, she's been absolutely fantastic. She's not actually got a middle medal yet. 5 JWOC medals. 2 golds so far this week. And she'll look to get her 3rd here today. An incredible talent of Swedish orienteering. What can she do? And also in just 5 minutes, we'll see Loic Berger starting for Switzerland. But first, this is Florian Fritzen of Finland. 5th in the middle in 2024. And looking at my GPS, looks like Annie Jantunen is making a mistake in the final parts of this course. But her teammate Florian Fritzen off into the forest in the men's class. I'll keep an eye on the GPS of Annie Jantunen. But she's floating about between 14 and 15. This is Faya Sanyuma from Spain. And this is also a great performance. The Spanish athletes really showing up today. It's brilliant to see. And looking out at the finish for Annie Jantunen. She had a minute's lead. But she's not going to be leading at the finish. Here she is. I'd love to see that mistake back. There she is at the last control. It's not going to be enough to beat Jan Kamika's at the finish. She was leading so well. She was looking so fast and so strong and in control, but it's not enough for a lead. Annie Antonen will finish in second position so far, pushing Marketa Hanusova down into third. She'll be so frustrated with such a late mistake. Annie Antonen just missing out on that top spot at the finish. Jan Kamika's holds on to that lead. Edvin Johansson Liljegren off into the forest. Yeah, and Annie Antonen looking pretty frustrated at the final part. Let's have a look at her GPS. So, smoothly into 4, bit of a wobble, and then stops just short of 15. And just losing a bit of time. And that just allows Jan Kamika's to pass her. Of course, not in the forest, but in time terms, to pass her time. And that cost Annie Antonen the lead. Here's Perez Otero. This is another fantastic performance. Don't know if it'll be enough for top 5. Not enough for a top 6, just outside the top 6 for Perez Otero. Oliver Duncan holds on to that final podium position. And Perez Otero into 7th. Loic Berger, another of the big names. He was 2nd last year in the middle. He's got 6 JWOC medals. He'll be looking to upgrade last year's silver to gold. One of the big names in this competition. And we've got another interview for you, Annie Antonen.
Runner here with me today. It seems that this terrain suits you very well, Annie. What do you say? How was your performance today?
Oh, it was good, but I made a 1-minute mistake at the very last controls.
Okay, yeah, so a quite big mistake at the end, but until then you did a good race, and then a little bit problems in the end then, Annie.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, congratulations, Annie, to a very good performance. I think you have 4 more years to go, or 3 more years to go, being so young.
Yeah, I hope that this
Yeah,
gets better.
yeah, you hope so. Okay, thanks, Annie. Congratulations for a good performance today.
Great to hear from Annie Antonen there. Definitely a promising future for her. Here's Vladimir Serb. Not the race he would have hoped for. Over a minute down in the end, 1minute and 20 down. Should be enough for a top 10 though. Yeah, he finishes in 9th position, just 1 second ahead of Fagervold. So just 1 individual medal this year for Vladimir Serb of Czechia. And this is New Zealand's Rachel Baker, daughter of Yvette Baker, formerly Yvette Haig. Rachel Baker, a top 10 in the long distance. A really, really fantastic performance. I remember she came over to the UK a couple of years ago and did a season in the UK and was unbelievable throughout. Incredible performances. And she was fantastic on the long distance. We'll see what she can do today. Here's Freya Hjörner, probably one of the biggest favourites for today's race. She's won every individual race so far this week. No medal in the sprint relay, but she's never had a middle medal. Could today be the day? It's certainly a good start. Bit of a tumble there. And the cameraman doesn't even try it. Thomas Kuchera of Czechia. Wave to the camera on the way out. Love the odd socks. And now we look out for Freya Hjörner. Will it be a lead at TV1? It doesn't look like she's as fast as Annie Jantunen. Still no sign of Freya Hjörner. Looking at the GPS, looks like she maybe got pulled to the right of the control. Maybe a bit stuck in the marshes in there. Could this be a mistake for Freya Hjörner? She was catching up to Victoria Skacheva. But no sign just yet. She's now nearly a minute down on Annie Jantunen. And she's potentially going to be out of the top 10 here at the first split. Johansson Liljegren. Running well. Not as fast as Vekiavi at this point. Still ahead of Jonsson. It's Jonsson that leads at the finish still. Still no sign of Freya Hjörner. This could be quite decisive. This must be a big error. There she is. And there's the punching alongside her teammate. And this is 16th position, a minute 49 to catch. Johansson Liljegren goes into second place, ahead of current leader at the finish, Anton Jonsson. I wonder if we'll get to see the GPS of Freya Hjörner just to see what happened. Here we go. So about the same time as Janka Mikas, and then of course that mistake from Janka Mikas. And then look at this from Freya Hjörner, gets caught up in the marshes and just cannot correct it. Then caught up in the green as well. Well, that's going to be difficult to catch back that time. Joanna Staniak from Poland out into the terrain. So this is Loic Berger. It's not enough to lead. He looks like he's absolutely flying. Will he be faster than the Swede? Probably not. Will he be faster than Jonsson? Also probably not. So he's out of the top 3. Out of the top 5. This isn't the ideal start for Loic Berger. Still looking out. Over a minute down. That's big time loss. There he is. There's the punch. 1 minute 9 is enough for 15th. This is Felicia Persson of Sweden. And here's Kula at the finish. It was a fantastic start. Dropped time, dropped positions, dropped even more time, and she crosses the line just outside the top 15. 4:10 down on the time of Jan Kamikas, who still leads. 9 positions she dropped between TV2 and the finish. That's not the ideal end to the course. So here's the GPS of Loic Berger. Let's see what happened with him. Bit wobbly. Bit slow. Nothing too monstrous in here. Just a bit wobbly and slow, I guess. Caught in the rocks there. Yeah, no real big errors. Just not on the pace. Interesting to see. The atmosphere is definitely growing in the arena. We're back with Kuchera from Czechia. Very noticeable with his odd socks. He's been running well. Not well enough to be up in contention. He's outside of the top 3. Outside the top 5. It's very tight in time around 5th to 10th. Very fine margins. Bouncing off the crags. This is France's Fanny Delahaye. A very, very good athlete. She's already got 2 medals this week. 3rd in the long. 3 minutes 57 down on the time of Freya Hjörner just 2 days ago. And of course, silver medal as the anchor leg in the sprint relay. What can she do today? Back with Kuchera, and there's the punch. 1 minute 30 down. 1 minute 27 to be specific. 22nd position. And this is Florian Fritzen on the way to TV2. He had 36 seconds to gain back at TV1. And back to the start for Nathan Philibert. Again, part of that silver medal sprint relay team. Can he get another medal this week? We'll have to see. So here's Florian Fritzen punching at TV2. A minute down on Jonsson. 12th place. We'll see if he can pull up those positions. We've seen it before. We saw how many positions Great Britain's Oliver Duncan pulled up. We know it can be done. Johansson Liljegren approaching TV2. He's lost more time. There's the punch. In fact, I've got that completely wrong. That's a new lead. So he's pulled back 26 seconds and then gained another 20 seconds. So somehow he's pulled up from a 40-second gap. Very impressive stuff. We'll look at the GPS for that. So Johansson Liljegren. Chooses to go straight with Fritzen. Vikiavi, we know, lost time with that route choice. And this is where Johansson Liljegren starts to pull ahead. Very strong bearing there. There's the mistake for Fritzen. And Johansson Liljegren just pulling away. Very impressive. So, 20-second lead for the Swede. Here's Freya Hjörner. Big mistake for her on TV1, costing her 1 minute 49. She punched in 16th position. Still a 2-minute deficit. She's lost more time. And there's the punch. But she's pulled up to 5th. Very impressive. She just needs a clean run for the rest of it. Here's Persson. Persson running well. Could this be a new lead? Annie Antonen was flying through this section. Of course, we know that late mistake cost her the lead at the finish. This looks like it will be a new lead for Persson of Sweden. 24 seconds faster than Annie Jantunen, 43 seconds faster than Tilja Olsen. We'll see how she does in the second part of the course. But really, really impressive from the Swede. Here's the GPS. So not quite as quick as Mika's through the first section, but of course Mika's makes a huge mistake on number 6 that costs her quite a lot of time, and that's where Persson gets ahead. We know that Mika's makes up that time and finishes ahead of Jantunen, but a clean run from Persson here could be quite cool. Loic Berger stood still. You don't see that very often. Back to zooming through the forest. He's going to be outside the top 20 at TV2. More hesitation. Be interested to see the GPS for this. So that control I don't think is his. I think that's one of the women's controls. So he's still on his way to number 12, but losing more and more time here. In fact, I've just checked the GPS and this is a quite a big mistake. We'll see how long that takes Loic Berger to fix. Here he comes. Quite a big zoom on the camera though, he still must be quite far out. Nearly 4 minutes down now, outside of the top 40. You really don't see this often. Back to the finish, looking out for Johansson Liljegren. There he is. Absolutely flying. This should be enough for a new lead. He's going to take the lead off of his teammate Anton Jonsson. Cheered on by his teammates. What a run from Johansson Liljegren here. Really, really strong performance, and this will be the new lead. So Edvin Johansson Liljegren into the lead. A lead of 39 seconds. 23:30 is the new time to beat, the first to go faster than 24. And here's Freya Kjörner, not been her day out in the forest. A big mistake early on. She's pulled up plenty of positions. She pulled up 12 positions between TV1 and TV2. She looks slightly defeated as she crosses the line. She punched in 5th at TV2 and finishes in 7th. That was Martin Chobot, the defending champion. I'm sure we'll see lots of him out in the forest today. This is Fanny Delahaye of France. She is approaching TV1 out in the open section. We've seen lots of top athletes having some big issues in this area. There's not a lot of defining features in the open. Minna Vingstedt of Norway. She had a brilliant performance in the long distance. She'll be looking to replicate that today. And it looks like Loic Berger is still having issues with TV2. If you head to the IOF Live Centre and look at his route on GPS, he's still floating about. The thing with that section of forest is there's really not a lot to go by. It's very vague. And if you fall off your route and you lose contact, it's very difficult to get it back. Looking out for Fanny Delahaye at TV1. Slower than Henrietta Rajakovsky. And slower now than Signal Hordegaard. Still no sign of Fanny Delahaye. And still no Loic Berger. And according to his GPS, I'm not sure he's going to be punching anytime soon. Delahaye has punched at TV1. 2 minutes 46 down. That's 28th position. We know she's quick. She'll pull back some time. But that's not the ideal start to the course for Delahaye. Here's Delahaye. Smooth through number 6. There's the mistake from Mikas. And Delahaye just getting pulled off. Doubting herself. And then into the section where Freya Hjörner got caught up. Just thinking she's later on in the leg than she is, I think. And now 2 minutes to catch to Janka Mikas. Now we look out for Freya Persson. And I've just looked down again at the GPS and I've spotted Loic Berger has just got to number 16. And still has to get back to number 12. But first, an interview with the new leader.
Junior World Championship. How does it feel to be the leader of that, Edvin?
It feels really good. Out on the course, it felt like I did a really good race. No mistakes, really. So it feels really good to be in the lead too when you get to the finish.
Yeah, you took a solid lead by, I think, 30 seconds very, very early in comparison with the current leader, Anton Jonsson. And then you have kept that lead throughout the full race. So it seems to have been more or less the perfect performed middle distance in this tricky kind of orienteering.
Yeah, I must say that this has to be the best race that I've done in my life. No mistakes at all. Had a really good beginning. I tend to run very fast in the beginning and then slowly but steady try to keep that pace during the whole race. So yeah, really nice.
I would say that was a good timing of doing the perfect race on the Junior World Championship. So again, congratulations to a very, very good race today, Edvin.
Thank you very much.
I agree, it is the perfect time to have your perfect race. Very impressive. We'll see if that time stands as the leading time. 23:30 for Edvin Johansson Liljegren. This is Persson. I can also just tell you that Loic Berger has finished. I think he retired from number 16 and just headed through to the finish. Felicia Persson running well here. She had a 24-second lead at TV1. What's the gap at TV2? About the same. She's extended the lead by 6 seconds. 30 seconds faster than Anni Jantunen. But 1:31 faster than Janka Mika's, which is important because we know Janka Mika's leads at the finish. So here is Felicia Persson's GPS. And this is looking really promising for the Swede because we know that there's the mistake in there for Anni Jantunen. Here's Loic Berger at the finish. I wonder if we'll get to see his GPS. He looks very confused with that final part of the course. This is Kuchera outside of the top 5. Enough for equal 6th, just ahead of Oliver Duncan, who now gets pushed down into 8th.
Those were the days. 20.5 minutes right now on Felicia Persson. A very good race is coming up for Felicia.
Looks like Rachel Baker's just finished. Yep, into 6th position. Very impressive. She was down in 19th at TV Split 1. And she's pulled herself up into 5th throughout. 1:46 down on Janka Mika's.
I'm so proud of you. Most of all, we're waiting for Felicia Persson, I think. It will be very interesting to see if she can keep showing team together. The 3 last controls now. If she does it, I think it'll be very tough for everyone to beat.
Berger's still looking at his map, hoping we'll get to see his GPS. Here we go. So Berger, in comparison to Johansson Liljegren, got pulled off his line, couldn't quite fix it, backtracked, nearly fixed it, and then got pulled off again. Very, very confused in that terrain. There's not a lot to go by in there. If you lose contact, there's not a lot you can do about it. Manages to relocate at 16 and just heads back to the finish. I think by this point he was over 4 minutes down, potentially even 6 minutes down. Not to be for Loic Berger today. And now we look out for Felicia Persson, who I'm pretty sure, yeah, here she is. She's going to come in for a huge lead at the finish. No mistakes in there for her. And she will finish just less than 2 minutes ahead of currently Janka Mika's. She was running quicker than Anni Jantunen, and we know she lost a minute at the end. But wow, what a run for Felicia Persson for Sweden. A big lead at the finish. She runs faster than Janka Mika's, who gets pushed down into second. Anni Jantunen goes down into 3rd. And it's now Felicia Persson that leads the women's class at the finish. Her time 22 minutes 42. That's a 1:46 lead, which is huge. She just extended that lead throughout, especially in that final part of the course. She extended the lead from 30 seconds to 1:46 just in those 3 controls, which is absolutely unbelievable. A huge performance there from Felicia Persson. 22 minutes 42 is incredible considering the estimated winning time was 25 minutes. A huge performance from the Swede. And she looked thrilled with it as well. Of course, we need the download to confirm that. She looks happy. So Felicia Persson of Sweden, 22:42. Will that be the winning time today? We'll have to see. No one's run faster just yet at any of the TV splits. Looking out for Minna Vingstedt from Norway. She's off the pace today. There are also just 4 more starters left to go out on the women's class. So it's looking very, very good. Very good for Felicia Persson. This is Nathan Philibert. It's been a strong run so far. He was 13th at TV1, pulled himself up to 4th at TV2, and we'll see him at the finish fairly shortly. Back to TV1 for our women's class. There's Minna Vingstedt. 2:35 is good enough for equal 25th. And we've got some GPS here for Philibert in comparison to Johansen Liljegren. Good execution from them both. Of course, Johansen Liljegren saying it's the performance of his life. Oh, mistake in there from Philibert. That could be costly in the end. And with just 49 seconds dividing the top 3, there's little room for error in the medal positions. So that's with a 2-minute tail on the GPS. Back with Fanny Delahaye. And she's still down off the pace. That early mistake on number 7 really did cost her. South Africa's only runner, Cameron Morrison. Bit of a tumble there from Finn Salmadugud of GB. But here's Fanny Delahaye. th position at TV2. And now back with our current leader at the finish.
So Felicia, have standing here with the lead in the Junior World Championships with 1 minute 46 seconds before the second runner, Janka Nikes. What a perfect race. What's your own perception of your day in the forest today?
It was very good. I didn't make any mistakes, so I'm very happy with the race.
No mistakes at all?
No, it was some 5-10 seconds.
Yeah, very small in that. I think the steady lead you have now with almost 2 minutes will bring you to a world champion title. But we'll see in a couple of minutes. There are a few ladies still in the forest that we have to wait for, but you have anyhow very, very sure for have a medal and probably a gold medal for today. So congratulations, Felicia, to a very, very good performance today.
Thank you.
She looks absolutely delighted with her run. No mistakes at all. 22 minutes, 42 seconds. A 1 minute 46 lead at the Junior World Championships middle. Very, very impressive. Nathan Philibert punching at the final control. It's not going to be a top 3. It's probably not going to be enough to beat his teammate Simon Calandri. But could France get 2 athletes on the podium in the top 6? We'll have to see. It's probably not enough to beat Seville either, but it will be a top 6 at the finish for the French athlete, dropping 2 positions between TV2 and the finish because of that error on number, I think it was 15. He'll be gutted with that. No room for error in the top spots here.
Leading there, 23:30. Anton Jonsson is second, 24:09. And Appo Virtijärvi is third, 24:19. That's the top 3 in the men so far. In the women's race, we have Felicia Persson with a clear lead. 1:46. 46 is ahead of Janka Vickers, and Annie Kintonen is third, 24:48.
And now we're at the finish, waiting for another French athlete, Fanny Delahaye, off the pace. Hugely off the pace. Such a shame after that early mistake. She managed to pull up 11 positions after that mistake. But Fanny Delahaye finishing behind Freya Hjörner. She's lost a little bit more time. Strong finish nonetheless. She's worked hard throughout the course, but not enough for a top 10. She finishes in 15th position, 4:35-ish down. 4:35 exactly down on Felicia Persson, who still leads. I'm not sure I can see anyone beating that time of Felicia Persson. Of course, we'll have to see. Strykova could be one of the people to do it, but she is off the pace. If Felicia Persson had a clean run, then whoever is going to challenge her time has to also have a clean run. Strykova, a minute down. Out of the top 6 already. Slower than her teammate Hanusova. Here she comes, approaching the control. And it should be a top 10 at that point. But a minute 21 deficit. Surely that's too much to catch up on Felicia Persson. So Jantunen, Mikas and Persson. Mikas off to a fantastic start. Of course, her mistake at 6 really did cost her. Just that miss and having to turn back allowed Persson and Jantunen through. And here's Strykova in comparison. She's a wee way back.
Names going out and preparing for a good race.
And it's a nervous wait at the finish. Still a few more athletes left to come in. And in just 2 minutes, Mathieu Bura will be starting. The Swiss athlete who has absolutely dominated. 3 gold medals from 3 races so far. He didn't run at last year's JWOC due to injury, but he's back again. And a middle is the only discipline he's never got a gold medal in. And he'll be wanting one. second in 2024. But Martin Chobot is also out in the forest, the defending champion from Hungary, who was also third in the long just 2 days ago. 4 minutes down on the time of Mathieu Bura. Here he is. Will this be the man to win all 3 individual days of the Junior World Championships in 1 year? Can he do it, or is it impossible? Mathieu Bura about to head out onto the course. Arguably the favourite for today. There's a lot of pressure, though, to be the favourite. Let's see what he can do. There's still a fair few big names starting after Mathieu Bura, including the likes of Ludwig Rosen and Rasmus Toirila. Toirila, who was the bronze medalist last year. But all eyes now on Mathieu Bura as he takes on the middle race here in Busevik. Emily Atkinson of Great Britain. She was off to a fantastic start, but unfortunately some time loss in there meant she lost 9 places between TV1 and TV2. It's still a good run though, finishing within the top 20. Maybe not. Just outside the top 20 at the finish. Strong finish for Atkinson across the line. Just faster than Leonie Mattis. Good enough for 22nd at the finish, which is her best result of the week. Here's Minna Vingstedt. And she is now over 3.5 minutes down, outside of the top 10. And there's the punch at TV2, 14th place, 3:49 down. Panchenko running really well at the start of this course for Ukraine. About a minute off the lead of Persson so far, but not at the control just yet. Outside of the top 6. Will she punch inside the top 10? Most likely. There she goes. 8th position, equal 8th with Nivikoski. The Ukrainians running very well in the women's class today. Kropivinska was saying earlier that she'd love to get a top 20 result. She is still sat in 17th, and her teammate also looking for one of those top 20 spots. Here's the GPS of Panchenko. We'll see if her pace can match the pace of the leaders. Finlay McLucky of Great Britain. He'll be looking to better his results from the sprint and the long. This is Rachel Marxer from Switzerland. And she's also off the pace. She was 7th at TV1, 1:09 down. And she's now on the approach to TV2. She's lost a bit of time here. Punches in 10th position. So she's lost 3 places. Here's Minna Wingstedt. Pulled up 13 places between TV1 and TV2. But still off the pace, 4 minutes down.
11th position or 12th right now, Minna Wingstedt.
She's pulled up more positions. She punched in 15th at TV2, and it's good enough for 12th at the finish, just ahead of her teammate Jenny Danavad.
And we're waiting then for Matthew Beer to the first TV control in a couple of minutes. That will be very interesting to see. Getting you one for again is in the lead in the men's race. In front of Anton Jonsson, 39 second lead after a perfect race in the run on the said. Felicia Persson will take the gold medal, but we think maybe we can have some more runners in the top 10 position. Daniela Sanchenko running quite well, is 8th at the first TV control. Barbara Pikova were 11th at the first TV control. That's the second TV control in a couple of minutes. But yeah, it's Rachel Marcher.
So all of the female athletes are out on the course with just 2 left to go through our first TV control. That's a Lithuanian orienteer and a Japanese orienteer. Here's the GPS of Minna Wingstedt in comparison to our top 3 at the finish. You can see it was a slower start for Minna Wingstedt, but she pulled up plenty of positions throughout the race. Great discipline on her compass. Just not quite as quick in her speed as the others. Marti Pau of Spain. And I've just checked the results, and Croatia's Dora Delic, who was another of the promising juniors, just a W16 running up, is way off the pace, down in 109th position. Here's Strichkova, running well. And on her way then to TV2, having just punched at number 12. And it's not going to be enough for a top 3 at the finish, I don't think. This is a very, very quick Maciej Bura. But he's off the pace. I haven't been checking the GPS. I'd be interested to see. But a minute and a half down. Back with Strichkova. Strichkova now outside of the top 10. And looks like Maciej Bura has now punched at TV1 39th. 202 down on Vicky Arvi at that point.
He's done a very solid start, I think. A very solid start. He is second at the
This looks like Martin Chobot, not his day. He was the middle champion last year. Straight through download, not happy with that one. Way off the pace. I wonder what happened with him. Here we go, this is Maciej Bura. Oh, an error on number 1. Still, to come back from that and only be 2 minutes down is quite impressive. Will he be able to come back from 2 minutes? Oh, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. And another error at 6. A little wobble at 7. This isn't the Maciej Bura we are used to seeing. We'll have to see what he can do in this second part of the course.
First TV control. So not so good from him either. 2-0.
Thomas Ryzenka, talented sprinter, a JWOC medalist. Let's see how he takes on the Forest today. I've just checked back on the GPS of Martin Chobot. He wasn't too far down. A few errors midway through the course, but a big mistake at the end. And now we join GB's Finlay McLuckie on the way to TV1, the last of the starters for Great Britain. About a minute down as it stands. Moving pretty well through the terrain. Let's see if he can nail TV1. He'll bounce off. Oh no, I thought I saw some crags. Bit of hesitation here. And there we go, there's the punch for Finlay McLuckie. Just judging by the GPS, he got dragged to the right, a similar sort of mistake to the one that Freya Kjona made. Just not quite as significant. Nuno Matos for Portugal. Our final starter in the men's class is 6 minutes past 3. So we've still got well over half an hour of starts. Our last starter is Niels Elton Jochumsen. And now we look out for Strichkova. Looks like she's made a big mistake here. She already dropped 3 positions by TV2. She's dropped even more time here. And it's looking really good for Felicia Persson for the win here. Strichkova not in the arena just yet. And the other athlete we were looking at who could potentially challenge some of the top spots was Daniela Panchenko from Ukraine. Strichkova well off the pace. This is Cameron Morrison from South Africa. Again, down off the pace. He's the only South African athlete at JWOC. He's been to multiple JWOCs. Here's Barbara Strichkova. And she'll finish in 27th position, just ahead of Signe Hordegaard. A 3-minute time loss between TV2 and the finish, well, 2.5 minutes. Not the course that Strichkova would have wanted. And really, it's just Daniela Panchenko who can challenge the top 6 now. It's looking very good for Felicia Persson. Morrison looking to be struggling a little bit with the terrain. Very hesitant at TV2. And there's the punch. And no sign yet of Daniela Panchenko at TV2. It's been 24 minutes. And here's the GPS of Strichkova. Let's see what that final mistake was. Yeah, drifting a long way on 14. Yeah, that's cost her about 2.5 minutes, unfortunately. Matthew Bura catching up the time. We'll see where this puts him at TV2. He was a long way down at TV1. 2 minutes down. And he's caught up a minute, which is quite impressive. Top 10 now. Can it be done? Can he do this? We'll have to see. This is a quick finish. This must be Jake McClellan. And he's had an awesome run. Not enough for a top 6, just 7th place for McClellan of New Zealand. He looks pleased with that. He pulled up 10 places on TV2. And this is Olausen of Norway. So between number 7 and number 12, Matthew Bura has caught up from 42nd place to 10th place. He's now 1 minute 21 down. But first, let's have a look at Olausson in comparison to Johannes Liljegren. Now, Liljegren was saying that he had the perfect run. Let's see what Olausson can do. It's looking very good for the Norwegian. Here's Ludwig Rosen. He was 9th in the long distance. He's never had an individual JWOC medal. Can he do it today? Thomas Rosenka, top 10 at TV1, 7th in fact. And this is Thomas Rosenka in comparison to the current leader at the finish. Oh, an error on number 2. Running well. 37 seconds down.
And more runners are sprinting towards the finish line. Robert Arnikans from Latvia. We have Canadian and Brazilian runners.
Win into the finish.
Win 35:43.
I've also just checked my GPS and it looks like Bura and Olausson are running together. Masajewski from Poland out onto the course. So Bura has caught Olausson, which will be very beneficial for Olausson. And the pace they're going at is crazy. So Sondre Olausson, with a 22-second lead at TV2, is running alongside Matthew Bura, who caught up many places, but only 40 seconds between TV1 and TV2. I don't think Matthew Bura can do this, but this is looking very good for Olausson. As long as he's smooth through these final controls. There's a nervous wait for Johansen Liljegren. So looking out for the Norwegian colours of Sondre Olausson. Could this be the new middle champion? And if so, how big will the gap be? Edvin Johansen Liljegren thought he had pretty much the perfect run. This looks like Rasmus Toirila of Finland. Bronze medalist in the middle last year, 5th in the long this year. What can he do? It's not long until we expect to see Bura and Olausson. We should see Bura first. Here's Matthew Bura. Has he managed to pull up? And if so, how much by? And here is Sondre Olausson for surely this will be a new lead for Sondre Olausson. A bit of a toe from Matthew Bura towards the end came at the perfect time to solidify that lead. He was already leading at TV2, a lead of 22 seconds, but Sondre Olausson crosses the line with a lead of 52 seconds. A very, very impressive run from Sondre Olausson. We didn't see much of him out in the forest. He was second at TV1, led at TV2, and his finish time 22:38. Matthew Bura does pull himself up into the top 6, which is incredibly impressive. From 44th to 6th. Wow. But Sondre Olausson, the man of the moment, current leader in the Junior World Championships middle here at Bjursovic. 22:38 is the new time to beat. A 52-second lead. That looks like Mile Chobot. Yep, indeed. Just outside the top 10, 2 seconds slower than Budoso. And Ludwig Rosen off to a good start. Faster than Olausson. Olausson was second at the first TV control. But that's a mistake there for Rosen. We've seen lots of people making errors on this control. Really vague in there. So what position will Ludwig Rosen punch in? It won't be ahead of Vikiavi. He won't have the lead. Jonas Fenner Ingrid. Another brilliant sprinter. Brilliant orienteer in general. In fact, the 2025 sprint gold medalist at JWOC. And we're now joined by our current leader, Sondre Olausson.
Current leader of the middle distance of the Junior World Championship. How does it feel?
It feels unreal. I have not really thought it was a good chance for me to do good in Junior World Cup, Junior World Champs, but I knew I had a possibility. It was a small chance, and it's like a miracle happened today.
I don't think it's a miracle. You did a very good performance in the spring race here, beating many of the Swedes and many of the other foreign runners like Mathieu Bire were here and Loic Berger was... No, not Loic, but Mathieu Bire. So you've already shown that you perfect race, or was your own perception?
I don't think you can run perfect there. You can't run full speed. So it was just competition to keep my head cool and keep the pace at a level where I could go directly into every control and earning time that way. So in that sense, it was a perfect race, I think.
Okay, yeah, as perfect as possible then. Then we have some minutes now to wait for the final results. But anyhow, congratulations to a very, very good round today, Sondre.
Thank you.
Mads Christian Marup at the start for Denmark. Thomas Rosenka now outside of the top 15. He's lost some time here. He was at a 37-second deficit. And now he's about 2 minutes down outside of the top 20. And we wait for him at TV2. So 28th for Rosenka, TV2. And now we're with Rasmus Toivola. Bronze medalist last year. He's still young as well. He won't punch in the top 3. He's going to bounce off the crags back in to the left. It's not a top 5. He corrects the entry to the control. And he matches the time of his teammate Florian Fritzen. 36 seconds down on Vikerjärvi at that point. Here's the GPS, Toivola and Rosen. Oh, a bit of a wobble on number 2 for Toivola. There's the mistake from Rosen that allowed Toivola back in. There's Toivola bouncing off those crags. And that's given Rosen a bit of a gap there. Ludvig Rosen did punch at number 7 ahead of current leader at the finish, Sondre Olausson. At this point, it is pretty much confirmed that Felicia Persson is the JWOC middle champion. Of course, we need to wait for the official results to be published, but nobody has run faster than her. Jan Kamika's second fastest and Anni Antonen third fastest. This is Anton Wenzel. And
So
at the
I have
finish with
with
another
me from
interview.
South Africa, Cameron Morrison, not one of the most dominating countries in the orienteering world. So what is your perception of the courses and of your own performance here in Sweden?
Very good courses, very different from back home. I haven't seen many forests in a long time, so it's a good experience to be back, and definitely my best performance at JWOC in the forest, so I'm extremely happy with that. Today, mostly clean run. I had some pretty good navigation, and then they followed me with the camera. Made me a bit nervous and I messed up a bit, but mostly good run, and I'm really happy with my position. Should stay around top 90, so I'm really happy with that, especially being from South Africa. Very tough coming from there.
Yes, I can understand it's a very tough, and if you did that with more or less a clean run, as you say, I'm very impressed, because it's not easy, not even for the ones who practice here very, very often. So I think you should be very satisfied with your performance today, Cameron.
Yeah, indeed, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Cameron there, and it's also really interesting to hear what success means to different people. He's so thrilled with his position there, and it's amazing to hear that he thinks today's been a success. We've just seen Mile Choboth there. He punched at TV1 in 13th, and he's pulled up to 3rd place by TV2. His twin brother was last year's middle champion. Mile Choboth involved in lots of relay success with Hungary. This is Jonas Fenengerid, and he's off the pace a little bit. Slower than Olausen, who leads at the finish. Again, lots of athletes getting dragged towards the crags and having to bounce back in. Slower than Mile Choboth. And there's the punch. So top 20, 16th, 51 seconds to catch. This is Ludwig Rosen. And he is now slower than Sondre Olausen. He was about 15 seconds quicker at the first TV split. He's now 7 seconds down. With a short section of the course still to go. And this was the section of the course where Sondre Olausen had a flying Mathieu Bura running with him. So there's the mistake from Ludwig Rosen, just dragging out too far to the left. And that's where his time gets caught. This is Marup. Top 3 at TV1. A great start for the Dane. This is the GPS of Marup. This is live just at the moment. And I think we'll get a replay. Yep, here we go. So Marup and Rosen through the first part of this course. Slight error for Marup at number 3, but it mustn't have cost him a lot because he's caught back up to the top 3. There's the mistake from Rosen. Clean through number 7 for them both. So Mads Christian Marup is faster than Sondre Olausson at the first TV control. This is Ludvig Rosen. Moving well through the terrain. He was second at TV1 to Vikjavi, second at TV2 to Sondre Olausson, Danny Nikolov for Bulgaria,
First here we will see the JWOC, if he can make it, or the Swede Ludvig Rosen.
So it's Sondre Olausson that leads, a 52-second lead, 22:38. I look at Matthew Burer is still in the top 6, 158 down, having been down in 44th position at TV1. Very impressive. He'll definitely have some of the fastest splits later on in the course. And now we look out for Mile Chobot. It's not enough for a lead. It's probably not enough for silver either. Here he comes, dropping into the final control. It could be enough for silver, cheered on by his friends, his teammates and supporters. Will this be enough for silver? It's certainly a medal position, but it will be bronze. About 4 seconds down on the time, 3 seconds down on the time of Johansson Liljegren. Pulled up 10 positions between TV1 and TV2 and another position before the finish. Impressive running from the Hungarian. And he's thrilled with that. His brother's there to greet him. A very happy Mile Chobot. And very happy teammates too. So the top 3 now stands as Sondre Olausson with the lead, Edvin Johansson Liljegren in second, and Hungary's Mile Chobot in third. Anton Jonsson is now off the podium. Apo Vikjavi now down in 5th, and Simon Calandri in 6th, which means Matthew Burer is out of the top 6. Here's Ludvig Rosen, and it's not going to be a lead, but this will be a new silver medal position for the Swede. He will run faster than his teammate Johansson Liljegren, and Ludvig Rosen flies into the finish. A fantastic performance, and he'll be just over 20 seconds down. 22 seconds slower than Sondre Olausson. A very impressive run from Ludvig Rosen. He's never had an individual JWOC medal. Could today be the day? 9th on the long. He's improved on that result. It's second at the finish for Rosen, as it stands.
Christian Marup från Danmark springer bra där ute. Vi har också Jonas Ingjärn ute.
Thomas Rosenka a long way down. I wonder if that's mistakes or injury. But he jogs it in to the finish. So here's a GPS of Rosenka. An error in there. And he's drifting way off for 15. Oh dear. Yeah, that's not what you want. An error on 16.2. Good on him for going back and getting that. There are a few athletes that made mistakes and just called it a day. So our women's class is pretty much done. Still a few men left to finish. And to start. Our last starter is in about 12 minutes.
First TV control, but he was in head of Sondre Olausen there. So maybe some Danish dynamite can come to the second TV control quite soon.
So the current athletes to watch out there are Rasmus Toirila of Finland, Jonas Fenner-Inegrid of Norway, Anton Wenzel of France, and soon will also be of course, Mads Christian Marup of Denmark. He was up in 3rd place at TV1, and soon there'll also be Niels Jochumsen. This is Alexei Ship of Ukraine. And back with Mads Christian Marup. He was 18 seconds down at TV1, which put him in 3rd position. But ahead of current leader at the finish, Sondre Olausen. It looks like he's dropped some time now in comparison to Olausen. He'll be slower than Olausen at TV2. And of course, we know how fast Olausen was between TV2 and the finish. Slower than Rosen. And here he comes into TV2. Slower than Chobot. Still faster than Toirila. And there's the punch in 5th position. 6 seconds faster than Rasmus Toirila. And speaking of Toirila, here he is at the finish. It's not going to be enough for a top 4. But this is a fantastic race from the young Finn. He got a bronze medal last year. It's not going to be a medal this year, but it will be enough for a top 5 for Rasmus Toirila at the finish. One minute 24 down on the time of Olausen. He pulled up another position on the way into the finish to finish ahead of Jonsson. So top 5 as it stands for Rasmus Toirila. I'm not sure he looked happy with that. There's just one athlete that ran faster than him at TV2 who is yet to finish, and that was Mads Christian Marup. Yeah, Toirila shaking his head. I don't think he's happy with that. He's 5th on the long, 5th today. Just narrow margins. Prokop Tomaszek at the start for Czechia. And just 3 starters left. Coming towards the conclusion of the middles. And we're now joined with Ludwig Rosen.
Ludwig Rosen, you said you had a quite good performance on Wednesday on the long distance, but it's probably maybe a technological demanding terrain, and also a kind of terrain and orientation that suits you better, or?
Yeah, really. I like these fast technical parts where you need to stay strong on the compass and just try to push as hard as you can, but like stay as focused as well.
We saw that you did a couple of at least small mistakes on the GPS, but you must have run very fast because you caught up time, even though you have these mistakes. So some mistakes, but a very high speed.
Yeah, I was pushing on my maximum level and sometimes got a little bit too stressed. Didn't look at the map and just going the wrong direction.
Yeah, we saw on the GPS there were some possibilities for improvements, but still the high speed kept you going, and you stand here with a second position currently, but still some boys out there who could challenge for the podium.
Yeah, but I'm super satisfied with my race, so the placement is as good as it can be now.
Yeah, you should be. Your performance today was really good, Ludwig. So congratulations to that.
Thank you.
Great to hear that he's going to be happy with his race no matter what his position is. Here's Ingrid into the finish. It's not going to be a top 3. Is it going to be a top 5? Will he cross the line ahead of Toirila? No, he won't. Could be just outside the top 6. But 1 second faster than Jonsson means that he solidifies a place in the top 6 as it stands. He pulled up from 17th position at TV1 to 6th at the finish. A great run there from Jonas Fenner Ingrid. With again just one athlete to have run faster than him who's out at the moment and still to finish. And again, that's Mads Christian Marup, who won't be long. It's not going to be the lead for Marup. He dropped 2 places at TV2, 35 seconds down. It won't be a top 2. It's unlikely to be a top 3. Lausson's looking safe here with the lead. Here is Marup. He punches at the last control. Will he get to the finish in time to take bronze here? Cheered on by lots of different nations. Great to see the Brits involved there. And Mads Christian Marup crosses the line. It's not going to be a top 3. It's not going to be a top 4, but he will be within a minute of the lead and inside the top 5. That knocks Toirila down to 6th. And Denmark are on the podium as it stands. Sondre Lausson holds the lead with 22.38. Ludwig Rosen in 2nd. Edvin Johansson Liljegren in 3rd. Mile Chobot holds on to 4th. Mads Christian Marup slots in 5th. And it's now Rasmus Toirila in 6th. Fantastic run there from the Dane. He managed to hold on to that 5th position from TV2. And here is the GPS comparison here of Olausson, who was trying his best to hold on to Matthew Bura through here. Marup finishes in 5th position with no one out in the forest to have gone faster at TV1. Anton Wenzel was in 21st place. He then pulled himself up into 13th by TV2. We'll see what he can do in the final part of the course. And our final starter goes out in less than a minute. Another Dane, Niels Elton Jochumsen.
Don't you dare look upset. Don't you dare, man. Well done, you. Well done, man.
Alexei Ship also running pretty well, through in 16th position at TV1. And here's our final starter, Niels Elton Jochumsen. He had some fantastic performances at the Junior European Cup in Scotland last year. And our final starter is out on the course. Will he challenge the time of Sondre Olausson? Looking out for Tomasek at TV1. Currently a minute ahead of Vikiavi. Let's see how long he'll take to punch. No sign of him just yet. And judging by the GPS, he is running alongside Smith. That's Hayden Smith. And I'm not entirely sure they're running in the right direction. Here's the GPS live. So I think this puts Tomaszek out of the competition. He's already over a minute down. In fact, here he is. 30 seconds down, sorry. But he's still yet to punch number 7, which is the TV control. Martin Chobot, Mile Chobot, sorry, that is, at 14. He is currently in 4th at the finish. So he's not too far down to pull it back. Looking out now for Wenzel, who pulled up 9 positions between TV1 and TV2. So Anton Wenzel punches at the final control, and he is outside of the top 10. It should be enough for a top 15. Just ahead of Fenger Groen. So 2 minutes 30. 3 down on Olausson. Looks like he lost about a minute in that final part of the course. Looks pretty happy to have gotten round. He doesn't look upset with his run. Maybe a little bit of frustration in there. Tomaszek has just punched at TV1, 1 minute 25 down in 34th position. But that is still ahead of Matthew Bura, who was 53rd. However, it's not ahead of anyone that's in the top 10 at the finish. Matthew Bura now sits in 11th. So here's Wenzel in comparison to Olausson. Yeah, so a wobble there on 14. Smooth through the rest. Just didn't quite have the pace to keep up with the speed that Sondre Olausson was running at. So, still Sondre Olausson that leads. 22.38. Ludwig Rosen second. Edvin Johansson Liljegren third. Simon Calandri now rounds off the top 10. And Matthew Bura is knocked out of the top 10 into 11th. That first mistake just too costly. Seville, who led for so long at the start, now down in 12th. Jake McClellan from New Zealand, an awesome run. Also want to highlight the run of Oliver Duncan and Alvaro Perez-Otero. Fantastic to see New Zealand, Great Britain and Spain in the top 20. I wonder if we'll get the women's results as well. No, first we'll get the interview.
Yeah, so Anton, tell us a little about your race.
Yeah, so I'm very happy with my race. I did only 36 seconds and control 14. So yeah, I'm really satisfied by my race today.
And what do you think about the terrain here? It's quite special, we Swedes think.
Yeah, the French team went 2 times in Karlskrona terrains, so we were well prepared, and we expect this kind of terrain, so I was prepared.
Yeah, so congratulations to a good race today. And what are your expectations about the relay coming up tomorrow?
I expected to be in the first team tomorrow, maybe in the first leg. So we will see, but I think we have a strong team tomorrow, so we will see. But the result, I think it will be good.
Yeah, you have 1 medal in sprint relay already. Can it be 1 more medal in the relay, you think?
Maybe. I believe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anton.
Thank you.
So that was Anton Wenzel. Sorry, took me a while to find him on my results list there. 15th in the end. 2 minutes 33. Down on the time of Sondre Olausson. And I'm not sure anyone will challenge this time. I think he can be pretty confident that he could be taking the gold medal home today. Of course, still a few athletes left to go through TV1. We still need to see what our final starter can do. Joachimsen has been out for 8 minutes now. And the majority of the top athletes were going through TV1 in 8 minutes. Here he is. He's off the pace, 30 seconds down. but only just slower than Olausen at that point. Bit of hesitation in there for Elton Jochimsen. And now 29th through TV1. This is Alexis Sheep. So he's lost time now. He's definitely no longer in contention. Let's have a look at the GPS for Sheep. Yeah, not an ideal execution of number 11. And back to the arena, where lots of athletes are still nervously waiting to hear who the gold medalists are going to be today. Shouldn't be long until we expect to see Tomaszek from Czechia at TV2. I wonder who they have on their pieces of paper. Great to see them having such a great time. And back to the forest, looking out for Tomaszek, and he's still off the pace. Is looking very good for Olausen. Looks like our cameraman spotted him. And we'll follow him into TV2. Will be slower than McClellan. McClellan, who is sat in 14th at the finish. And now outside of the top 30. There must have been a mistake in here somewhere. And here he comes. And he'll punch at TV2. Just inside the top 40. 2 minutes 46 down on the time of Sondre Olausson. He's lost 5 positions. So really now, just Niels Elton Jochumsen who is in contention. I mean, he was down in 29th at TV1. Still faster than Matthew Bura at that point. But I'm not sure anyone can pull off the speed and execution of the rest of the course that Matthew Bura did.
He's 1:55 after. And we know that Niels Elton Jacobsen was 1:14 after at TV1.
So the standings now could be the final standings. Of course, we don't know that for sure. Our top 6 women though, Felicia Persson was the fastest athlete. Janka Mikas in second, hopefully adding a second silver medal to her collection from this week. Annie Antonen in third, Marketa Hanusova in fourth, Tilja Olsen in fifth, and New Zealand's Rachel Baker in sixth. And the whole of the Norwegian team have joined their teammate Sondre Olausson in the leader's chair. I think they're confident he's won this. So this is the GPS of Sheep and Mats de Smol from Belgium. Sheep's big mistake at 15. Mats de Smol with a small wobble at 16. So 10 minutes dividing the top 100. Nikolov finishing for Bulgaria.
10 minutes after, not such a good day. We go out maybe to T2 and look after Niels Elton Jacobsen. He has been out for 17 minutes now. We know that Sondre Olausson had a 16:48 there.
Vural finishing for Turkey.
Vural is having a sprint towards the finish line. So
Just ahead of GB's Tommy Rollins. And it shouldn't be too long until we start looking out for Niels Elton Jochumsen at TV2. His current time puts him outside the top 14. But first, let's have a look at the women's final results. So it will be Felicia Persson, who is the JWOC middle champion. Janka Mikas with a second silver medal. Annie Antonen with a bronze. Marketa Hanusova in fourth. Tilja Olsen fifth. and Rachel Baker 6th. Freya Hjörner rounds off the top 10. Ahead of her were Elise Renard, Frida Kahlo-Grus and Mira Verda. And our top 20, plenty more athletes. It was Lotte Nivikowski that led for such a long time. So 3 Finns, 3 Norwegians. We've got a Spanish athlete, Bernardino, in 18th. A Ukrainian athlete, Kropovinska, who was thrilled to be in the top 20. All inside the top 20. And here is the GPS replay of our top, I want to say 6. I think they're all in there. There's certainly 5 in there. It wasn't as quick of a start for Rachel Baker as the rest of them. Of course, we saw that mistake from Janka Mikas. Person absolutely flying round the entire course. And then we see the mistake from Anni Jantunen. Just here, which allowed Mikas to get past. And of course, there was also Tilla Olsen who finished in 5th. So Felicia Persson leading the entire way. And there you can see the splits of Rachel Baker and the rest of the top 6. Great performances for all of them. Really impressive stuff. And a winning margin of 1 minute 46 for Felicia Persson, which is huge, over 3.6 kilometers.
And then Stockholm Tomasek comes to the finish line as number 42 or 43, depending for the seconds. 41 for Stockholm Tomasek, starting number 181.
The mistake from Anni Jantunen did cost her that silver medal position, but she is still so young and it's really promising, and she is a very bright talent for the future. Definitely one to watch. 2 medals for Janka Mikas, 2 silver medals for Janka Mikas in the individual races this week. But Felicia Persson, what a run, what a race. A very, very well-deserved gold medal. And looks like Niels Elton Jochimsen is too far out of contention, down in 26th. So our final results for the men: Sondre Olausson, our gold medalist; Ludvig Rosen, 2nd; Edvin Johansson Liljegren in 3rd; Mile Chobot on the podium in 4th, alongside Mads Christian Marup in 5th, and Rasmus Toirila in 6th. We then had Jonas Fenner Ingerid, Anton Jonsson, Apo Vikravi and Simon Kalondri all in the top 10. Mathieu Bura just missing out on that top 10 after a huge mistake on number 1. We've also got amazing results in the top 20 from Spain: Alvo Perez Otero, Great Britain, Oliver Duncan, and New Zealand, Jake McClellan, as well as all of the countries that you'd typically expect to see in the top 20. And here's the replay of our top 6. You see that huge mistake from Bura, and just watch the speed that he runs at for the rest of this race. Rosen, a costly mistake on number 6, but still pulling away out the front. Bura still trying to catch up. Rosen with a mistake there that let Olausson into the lead. And by this point, Olausson was running alongside Mathieu Bura, which was encouraging him to run at that speed. And they are our final standings. So, of course, you can see Sondre Olausson down in third at TV1 and pulled up to the lead by TV2. Ludwig Rosen, just a couple of scrappy mistakes in there that really did cost him. He definitely had more than 22 seconds worth of mistakes in there. He might be looking back at that thinking what could have been, but you heard in his interview he was happy with his race and he doesn't care what that position is. He's pleased with his performance. You can see how tight it is between third, fourth and fifth. And then Rasmus Teurer rounds off the podium in sixth. And here are our medalists. Felicia Persson, Janka Miekes and Annie Jantunen, Sondre Olausson, Ludwig Rosen and Edvin Johansson Liljegren.
Lars Olsson from Sparbanken, please come. You are handing out the flowers, and I can see him running. He's a former handball player, so he's quite fast in short distances. So we maybe can take the last starter, Nils Elton Jochumsen, finishing for his Danish. Maybe top 20 with a good sprint finish here for Nils Elton Jochumsen. So the last starter, we must have him to the finish before we start up.
And it won't be long until we get underway with our prize giving ceremony.
Nils Elton Jochumsen is coming here with a wild sprint, maybe a top 20 position for him. 25, 27 at the top right now. Give him a big applause. Here Nils Elton crosses the finish line. I think he's just outside top 20. Ola Leire is 20 and Nils Elton Jochumsen is 21. Top 3 women today.
And first is the ceremony for our women.
And the flowers will be handed over by the chairman of Sparbanken Eken, our sponsor, Lars Olsson. A big round of applause for him. So on the third spot, representing Finland, a big applause for Annie Juntunen.
Third place, Annie Jantunen, a time of 24 minutes and 48 seconds.
Oh, sorry. And on the second spot, once again, a fantastic race from Janka Miekes, Hungary.
Second goes to Janka Miekes from Hungary, her time 24 minutes 28 seconds.
But winning her first JWOC gold ever in middle distance in Karlskrona from Sweden and Helsingborg, Felicia Persson, Sweden!
And your junior world champion in the middle distance from Sweden is Felicia Persson. Her time a super quick 22 minutes and 42 seconds. A 1 minute 46 winning lead. Absolutely incredible performance from Felicia Persson, your new junior world champion.
And for sure some nice photos as well. Top freewomen middle distance here in Torhamnslandet, Karlskrona.
Huge congratulations to the top three. Impressive runs from everybody.
For the medals this evening at 17:30 in Karlskrona. And then we continue with the men.
And great to see so much support for the athletes throughout the day in the arena. And on to the men's prize presentation.
And it's still Lars Olsson handing over the flowers. So on third position from Sweden, Edvin Lilligren Johansson.
Bronze medal for Edvin Johansson Liljegren from Sweden. His time 23 minutes and 30 seconds.
And on the second spot from the same country, Sweden, Ludwig Rosén.
It was also Sweden in silver medal position, Ludwig Rosen, 23 minutes dead.
But dominating today, taking the win from Norway with 22 seconds, Sondre Olavsen.
And your new junior world champion in the middle distance race from Norway is Sondre Olavsen. His time 22 minutes and 38 seconds. He flew around that course. Unbelievable performance. And they're your top three.
This is the fastest middle orienteering juniors in the world. Give them a big round of applause. Top three. So this is for Sondre Olavsen. Please receive the prize giving ceremony in 2 hours at the square of Karlskrona.
Huge congratulations to the top three. Fantastic performances in both the men's and women's classes. I'm sure there'll be celebrations to come, but of course, not before our relay tomorrow. Recovery will be every athlete's priority this evening. Relay days are one of the most exciting in JWOC. Always full of drama, full of competition. It's been a fantastic day here in Bursavik. So just one competition left to go as part of this year's Junior World Championships in Karlskrona, Sweden. I thoroughly enjoyed the competition today. It's been very exciting. We'll see you again tomorrow.